Good morning. Okay, so for those of you who are joining us virtually, I have a full house here. After we factor in the physical distancing and everything else that we've been living with for the last year, I can call I have a full house, even though, it's less than a dozen people. But I know virtually the room is full, and I wanted to thank our partners, industry partners, for joining us today on what I would call the first ever NAVFAC Southeast virtual industry engagement and forum. So I know we do these yearly, almost religiously, and during, typically in person. So today we're adapting, like all of us have for the last year, and so it'll be a packed agenda. And for that reason, I ask if you have any questions as a result of my remarks, please load them on the chat, as I don't think we'll have enough time to answer questions while still accommodating everybody else that I would like to have exposed to you. So again, thank you for joining us. I know that the room is full at capacity, the virtual room. And so I thank you for that. I thank you for your interest in knowing what NAVFAC Southeast is up to. And today, in the 15 minutes I have allotted to me, I'm just going to do a very quick introduction to NAVFAC Southeast reminder for those of you that know us, what we're engaged in. And again, hopefully throughout the day, get you even more information about everything that we do. So here's a very quick look at the agenda. This is my agenda. So I'm going to talk to you about NAVFAC. So from big to small NAVFAC, and then honing in on Southeast and some of the key capabilities that we provide the Navy. So starting with NAVFAC as a SysCom. So NAVFAC is the Navy's oldest systems command. And that's very significant, right? So it was founded in 1842 as the Bureau of Yards and Docks. Since then, our relevance within the Navy has only increased and enhanced, and very recently, reinforced through additional delegated authorities. So we had the delegated authorities of the full facility cycle, from land acquisition to BRAC actions, which nobody necessarily likes, but if faced with the BRAC situation, we're there in that, and everything in between. So I think most of you are familiar with our ability to contract for construction, but we also contract for real estate. We do environmental, everything that is encompassed in the public works and the running of facilities, and of course asset management. And in this AOR, we're also active in the contingency engineering aspect of the business. Some of the data there at the bottom of the slides, including the $17 billion that NAVFAC as a corporation executes yearly, and nearly 22,000 employees. All right, our volume of business in the Southeast remains pretty steady throughout the years. This sand chart kind of shows that around $2 billion every year. And I think this is one of the slides will show you our geography. I think geography matters, and that plays a big part into our volume of business remaining pretty steady. So there's always going to be, from my perspective, a need for either new construction or the maintenance of facilities, or the repair facilities, and everything else that's associated with our mission in the Southeast that will keep this volume business where it is. So you can see the best projections that we can have up to 23. But again, if I was to predict beyond that, I don't see that volume business changing very much. So I'm going to click through this slide. So this is the one where I said geography matters. So we have 17 public works departments throughout the bases that are in the AOR, 3 ROICs and 1 FIAT. Again, I talked about the volume of business. I'm very proud to be here in this virtual room today representing the nearly 2,000 employees, I think, that are part of NAVFAC Southeast, all serving very proudly. When I talk about geography being important, in that same graph you're looking at right now, I click one more, you see the hatched areas. I think this is one of the areas that's of most significance to what we do here. And those are training areas. But where this matters is, I think in the Southeast, these training areas are unrivaled compared to any other part of the continental US. And that is the ability we have to train in those areas, whether it's subsurface, air, or surface. We have virtually unimpeded access to those. And that's vital to the training that we provide. Okay, and so as we go through, I talked about the enterprises that we support. One of those more important ones is the undersea enterprise. We threw the slide together because we are responsible for 1/3 of the Navy's undersea deterrent force, and that's a very significant fact. Currently, we're involved in what I call the most important project in the Navy today. And that is the repair of the dry dock within Naval Submarine Kings Bay. It's over nearly $400 million project when it's all said and done. And this will allow the Navy to continue its mission in support of the Ohio-class submarines and be ready for the phasing in of the Columbia-class. So that's another focus point for us as we prepare not only the current facilities, current construction projects, but also projects to come. Those are still in the programming phase, so little I can provide to you in that regard. But know that we will support Columbia out of Kings Bay, and we will be a part of that process. And there's going to be a need for either the repair of some facilities or maybe the construction of new facilities in support of that. Also out of our AOR, we support out of Charleston the training of those nuclear operators, both on the officer and enlisted side. And so that's some of the projects that we have either at NPTU at Charleston and also down in Cape Canaveral area with Note 2. Naval Aviation Enterprise. I think everybody knows Southeast is the cradle of naval aviation. It's also the place where all Navy and Marine aviators train, both at the undergraduate and graduate levels. And so with that, comes the responsibility to maintain all those runways. I briefly went through them on the AOR map, but there were some dots that represent what we call the outlying landing fields, which are plenty in the AOR. And so our air capability in terms of runways, in terms of training is once again unrivaled and like nothing else elsewhere in CONUS. The surface warfare enterprise, mostly out of Mayport. I was stationed in Mayport some years back. In my first experience there, I could not believe for the size of the base, the capabilities that Mayport has. And that, again, that's largely on the surface side. And it's remained relevant throughout the years. At one point we had a carrier there. At one point there was a study to, see if a nuclear carrier could be stationed there. With the introduction of new platforms, Mayport remained relevant, and now it's host to the, one of the largest portions of the LCS fleet. So in support of that, we've been engaged in many construction projects to be ready for LCS. And of course, with that will come the responsibility to maintain that pier infrastructure so that those ships remain ready and enabled to support Fourth Fleet. Also on our AOR, well, we support the Navy Expeditionary Combat Air Enterprise. Gulfport and Stennis are, two of those hubs. Gulfport for what's largely the Naval Construction Force, and at Stennis for Special Operations. And then out of Panama City, we support, and the Bahamas, we support the RDT&E enterprise within the Navy. Very important mission, a very important customer that we have there. You can see on the slide some of the projects that we're currently supporting. Most of them response to damage caused by Hurricane Michael some years back. Because of the size of our AOR, we also have a responsibility within the Navy and Marine Corps Reserve. So, if you were to refer back to the slides where I had the AOR, you'll see another number of colored dots that represent our Navy operational support centers, which is where our reserve force typically drills and trains. But on top of that, we have two bases, air bases that support aviation, and that's Fort Worth and New Orleans. And then outside of the Navy, we have also a very significant responsibility with the Army and the Air Force. Little known fact, maybe many of you know it, but out of Corpus Christi, within the Naval Air Station, the entire Army depot level maintenance for helicopters is performed. So part of that process, and this is about a 10, 12-year program to build that capability. As I recall, that construction program ends on or about 2026. Also out of Keys, they're supporting the Air Force, and we have a large program starting in a couple of years in support at Barksdale, where we will construct the weapons generation facility for the Air Force. And then last but not least, support to the joint warfighters. So again, in the Southeast, geography matters. Southcom is located out of Miami, Florida, but part of their AOR coincides with ours. And so in support of operations out of Guantanamo Bay, we're very involved. Obviously, we have a public affairs department there to begin with, but also very involved with the Joint Task Force, and in recent past, increased involvement with the Office of Military Commissions as they prepare for trials here in the next couple of years. So lots going on. I mentioned contingency engineering earlier. We also have a presence in Central America and South America, again, in support of Southcom and those warfighters. So as planned, I'm near the end of my prepared remarks. I wanted to, just give you a quick preview of what's up ahead. Again, we've been planning for this for many weeks, and we hope you get a lot out of it. I'm not going to go line item by line item, but we tried to ensure that you had a full exposure to each and every one of our business lines and support lines. We have a panel for this afternoon, and contrary to when we do these in person, these panels are going to be run back to back with some breaks in the middle. And I hope that, everyone, because of its setup, is able to participate in all of them. But, you also have the flexibility to not. But in this particular case, as opposed to when we do them live in person and happening concurrently, these will happen back to back. So once again, I want to close by thanking everyone for joining us today. This is very important for us to remain very engaged with our industry partners. You are truly our partners. That's how we see our relationship. And I'm always wanting to engage with you. In this case, it's in a virtual forum. But from time to time, you'll hear from me because I believe that, it is our relationships as partners that will make us stronger and be able to solve any issues, and more importantly, continue supporting the mission of the United States Navy and the United States Department of Defense. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to our head of contracting, Ms. Susan Smallwood. Thank you very much.
So good morning, everyone. And again, welcome. Thank you, Captain Cuadros, for the introduction. As Captain Cuadros had indicated on some of his briefing slides about the volume of business that NAVFAC Southeast does. So I'll talk just a little bit about overall NAVFAC as a whole and what we did as a corporation in FY20 from a contractual standpoint. I'll talk a little bit about what we in NAVFAC Southeast did as an enterprise, and talk a little bit about the contracting process from a pre-award perspective for those of you that are participating that are new to, that are new to NAVFAC for the first time, maybe doing business with us, whether you're a small business or a large business, just to kind of give you an idea of what goes on behind the scenes as we do our analysis and start doing our planning for our acquisition strategies and our procurements. And then I'll talk a little bit about, as Captain Cuadros talked about, collaboration with industry and some of the things that we are doing to further advance our partnerships with you. And then a couple of updates on websites. And then my brief is going to be fairly short this morning, but emphasis a lot will be on the contracting aspect this afternoon when we go through our individual panels. So you'll have opportunities to ask additional questions at that time. So again, a little bit about NAVFAC overall corporation last year in FY20. As an enterprise, we did roughly around 14.2 billion. In FY18, around 9.2, and then in FY19, as you see on the notes, around 10.8. So incrementally, from a funding obligation perspective, you can see from our products and service lines that we have continued to increase annually to support the mission of NAVFAC in the warfighter. That 14.2 billion equates to around, roughly rounded up, around 30,000 actions for the acquisition contracting community. Again, overall NAVFAC wide. Of that, I think of interest overall to all of the industry is that we did roughly around 87 to 88% of those dollars obligated was competitive actions. A little bit further breakdown of what NAVFAC Southeast did as a whole. Again, incrementally from a funding obligation standpoint, we have increased our obligation amount dollar-wise, and actions have kind of varied a little bit. In FY20, roughly around 1.3 billion products and services obligation. A large amount of that was in our construction effort. Some of that is attributed to the Kings Bay Dry Dock award. Services around 438 million. That includes our base operations support. And then also we have in our utilities and environmental as part of the services, as well as our architect engineering awards. Other that equates to, usually those are actions that where we're doing Seaport E task orders for CMET support off of our Seaport E. And then there's some other cats and dogs that comes into that category when we're actually breaking out our products and services line. From Southeast perspective, we have roughly around 140 to 145 contract specialists at any given time. And that includes acquisition core here in Jacksonville, as well as our AOR offices, as Captain Cuadros showed on our slide. That's our PWDs and our ROICs. We have a contracting presence in each of those respective offices, where acquisition core in Jacksonville provides the reach back support. We also do primarily all of the large dollar source selection at the core in Jacksonville. The field offices, and as you'll see later on today when we do the small business brief, there are respective small business representatives in each of these PWGs and ROICs, and they primarily will do actions 4.5 for the 8A set-asides and under at their respective field offices, and primarily they do a lot of the IDIQ type construction, general construction type awards, and then they do administration after award at the core. We pass to the field for ACO, which is issuing task orders and doing modifications, and then completion, invoicing, and CPARs and that kind of thing through contract closeout. Again, just a little bit of background about what happens as we're going through a pre-award process. And again, all of this is pretty much identified in policies and acquisition guidance. So first of all, we identify a project, right? Whether that's at the field office or whether it's core, it goes through a work induction process. Questions are asked, further identification of what the need is for the requirement, coordination and collaboration with the customer. An IGE for the project is developed, as well as the scope of work. Funding is decided. What kind of funds are going to be used? Is it customer funding? Is it OM&N, et cetera? If it's a MilCon funding. Then market research. So market research could be information that we already have available to us. We have contract tools in place. Is it a MAC? Is it a BOSS contract? Is it an AE tool? Is it an environmental contract that we already have? Or is it a product or service that we have a new requirement for that we have to develop and further procure? From that, of course, we do market research, and that is posted on the website, sources sought, information from bidders, that kind of thing, to get an idea of what is available to us out in the marketplace to promote and to provide that product and service that we have a need for at NAVFAC Southeast. Then we have the source selection documentation plan. That's going to determine, when we're starting to have those conversations, how are we going to do this procurement? Is it going to be a standalone? Is it going to be one of our tools? Is it going to be an LPTA? Is it going to be best value? And primarily, most of our source selection now is done using best value trade-off. When we get to the task order level, is more of when we would apply the LPTA or price only. Again, we do synopsis and post requirements, which includes the RFP, any amendments, and then also any amendments to the RFP. Of course, then we receive proposals, we evaluate proposals, and those are done through a technical board and as well as a pricing board. If it's small businesses involved in that, we also have small business involvement in reviews. Safety sometimes is involved in looking at safety factors, if there's maybe some concerns there, and also depending on if we have security requirements in the RFP, we also engage safety. So security as well. So a large presence there. We have legal counsel involved in our reviews. They're also there for guidance and support as we go through the process in case there's any questions or concerns. Then we document our business decisions, prepare our contract, make award, notify contractors that did not receive award, and then we offer them the opportunity for a debrief, and then as requested, we would schedule those debriefs. And then that pretty much concludes the award phase. And then, as I said earlier, we would pass that contract then over to the field office for administration. Again, the award times vary. I know a lot of contractors that's put in for a contract will call and say, hey, I put in for this contract a couple of months ago. I haven't heard anything. Depending on the size and complexity of the project, sometimes it does take us a little bit longer to go through the source selection process. There's several rounds of discussions that's involved. So again, just be patient, because sometimes it does take us a little bit longer to get through the board and the evaluation process. So industry collaboration. I know a lot of you have been participating in industry days, and we continue to have those. As Captain Cuadros said, we try to have them annually, as well as other FECs that do representation of industry days. We've also had industry days specific to projects. We did one for the Kings Bay Dry Dock, which I think was a very big success. We brought in the AE designer of record, had a lot of participation there. And on some of our larger BOSS contracts, we've done similar industry days where it's just specific to a specific requirement. So again, a lot of participation there, and we appreciate that. We get a lot of good feedback, and it helps us in developing our scopes and looking at what our requirements are and maybe some adjustments before it actually goes out into a formal RFP process. We have been issuing draft RFPs. We've actually, on the Kings Bay Dry Dock and a couple of the other projects, we've actually started doing drafts at like a 35% design. So this is something a little bit unique and a little bit different for NAVFAC Southeast. I know some of the other FACs are doing the same thing, but it kind of gives the contractors or you that are interested in our projects a little bit of an overview of what we're looking at, even at a 35% design. It gives you an opportunity to ask questions as we're going through the development process and putting an actual final RFP out. As Captain Cuadros indicated, we participate in SAME conferences. We have had some one-on-one sessions in some of our industry briefs and forums. And again, we do requests for information primarily related to BOSS contracts. And then we do have a formal and informal partnering requirement that's also a part of our solicitation and requirements after award. A couple of policy updates. This is not really new, but it's still ongoing. It's still pending. I know a lot of our construction has what we used to call the Davis-Bacon wage determination, which is basically kind of capped at $2,000. That's been in effect since about 1931. And we've been soliciting, trying to get that increase, but so far we've not had success, but it's still pending and still being reviewed. And again, from our small business perspective, we're looking to see if we can get lower tier subcontracting to count toward our small business goals. A couple of updates. We used to use FBO, Federal Business Opportunities, and we also used to have NICO. Those websites have now gone away. GSA has developed a new site, which is the www.beta.sam.gov. And this is where you will see business opportunities, not only for Southeast, but any of the agencies that's using, that does a synopsis for a requirement. And this also has the reps and certs that you used to have just in sam.gov. And then also, if you're interested in some additional information about NAVFAC, we also have the NAVFAC webpage there. And then there is also at the bottom of this slide, if you go to that link and kind of follow the yellow brick road, you'll get to the NAVFAC Southeast requirements that we currently have as far as ongoing projects. It's dated February 2021, and we're trying to keep that updated. And you will see more about our forecast and some of our existing and new requirements this afternoon, again, in some of the panel discussion that we have. So with that, again, thank you for participating. I know this is a little bit different for us doing a virtual, but we appreciate your participation. We look forward to the remaining presentations today and your participation this afternoon in the breakout sessions. Thank you.
My name is Dale Powell. I'm the Director of Occupational Safety for NAVFAC Southeast. We wanted to take a few minutes this morning to discuss our safety program, our contracting partner safety program, and more importantly, the expectations that we have. So there are really 5 areas that we wanted to look over this morning is the contractor safety performance, your mishap rates, how well you're doing in the field, safety management and the expectations during the project, the M35, the NAVFAC specs, OSHA itself. Safety is a standalone factor when it comes to solicitation process. Ms. Smallwood already mentioned that, and we'll talk a little bit more in detail about that. The NAVFAC's use of ORM, Operational Risk Management. ORM is the backbone of the NAVFAC program, much less the Navy as well. Self-reporting of near misses. I want to talk about this a little bit later on to dispel some of the myths that are out there about the negative stigma of reporting near misses. So our safety performance. I've been with NAVFAC Southeast now for 14 years. Every single year in 14 years, our contracting partners' mishap rates have been well below what we call the BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics, outside the fence line mishap rates. Why is that? It starts with days like today, the industry engagement. All right. So we talk about the expectations of our safety, of our contracting partners, the things they're going to bring to the table and how we're going to execute that. And we'll go in more detail on that in a little bit. But as you can see from this slide, the industry average is 1.7. Mishap rates are just like a golf score. The lower, the better. So anywhere from 70 to 55% consistently through every year, our contracting partners are well below the industry average. And as you'll see through this program, we, meaning NAVFAC Southeast, when we're just amongst ourselves, we refer to contractors as our contracting partners. Your success is our success. You go well, we go well. So this is a little bit of breakdown about contractor safety management, how it starts and how it ends. The contract preparation, all right? I just participated in a selection board. We spent a week on the offers, and I can tell you that we really, really look at the safety factor, all right? And we'll talk a little bit later on as we go on about that. Contractor selection, once the contractor is selected, that's when the contracting partner starts assembling their team and getting everyone in place to execute. Contract award, orientation and training. This is where the primes start selecting their subs, all right? Subs account for the majority of work on any project, as we know. When we start breaking down the numbers, we start running our analytics, 90 to 95% of all injuries on our projects are subcontractors. So that's where we're going to make the biggest bang for our buck when we start influencing that process. Managing the work as the project is going along, partnering with our CMs, our ETs, our PARs, and other contract oversight personnel is how we're going to move successful through the project. And of course, post-contract evaluation, like every factor in the process, safety is something that will be evaluated in the process. Safety is a standalone factor. So what this is I wanted to talk a little bit, stay here for a little while, and talk about the expectations that the offer needs to put in their program, in their written offer. All right, does the narrative describe the technical approach to safety for its employees? So what are we looking for here? We're looking for an example, something like, we will approach safety by using the EM 385 principles and regulations. We will achieve that through our safety staff taking courses at the university, at local universities, local training companies, things of this nature. So again, the key to this phrase, as you'll see in the offer request, is your technical approach. Start giving us the details, all right? What we're not looking for is things like, oh, we're going to be safe on our project, the end, all right? We need those details on how you're going to accomplish it, all right? The second bullet talks about describe the narrative on how you're going to evaluate some of your subcontractors, all right? So what are the things that we're looking for here? Are you setting limits? Are you setting mishap rate limits for your subcontractors? All right. Anyone above a 1.0, we will not entertain. We will not hire them. If we do, is there any type of particular oversight that the prime is going to have with those subcontractors? Are you going to have weekly, monthly meetings? What written documentation we're going to require? We're looking again for detail. And the last one, or the fourth bullet we talked about, describes the method of the offer. How are you going to work with that sub during the project? All right. We all know that when we talk about AHAs, activity hazard analysis, often referred to as AHAs, all right, those are for activities that are high risk. All right. How is that going to be integrated with the prime? Are the subs going to be required to submit their AHAs to the prime for acceptance? Are you going to have monthly and weekly meetings to go over? That's what we're looking for. We're looking for that detail. How are they truly going to be integrated with the prime and the subs? Give details. Limited to 3 pages. All right, I know there's a lot of information in there. This is not a time where the more is better. All right, we're looking for 3 pages, please, nothing more. As I stated earlier in the discussion, we talked about ORM, Operational Risk Management. That is the backbone of the U.S. Navy safety program. Everything we do, whether it's at work or at home, involves some type of risk. We all did it this morning here in this room, driving to the UNF, all right? So what ORM is intended to do is either to eliminate or at least reduce the risk. And we do that through many sections, through our FSC BOSS contracts, our construction MILCON contracts, by working with our CMs, our ETs, our PARs, and that collaborative engagement, all right? Safety is an absolutely collaborative engagement when it comes to NAVFAC operations. Self-reporting of near misses. All right, let's pause here for a few minutes. So in my travels, again, as 14 years as the director for NAVFAC Southeast Safety, I do a lot of talks. And one of the things that I commonly get from our contracting partners is, why would I ever report a near miss to you? All right, I understand. We believe that you guys keep that as in a database, and that's used for contractor selections. It absolutely is not. How we see near misses is really at the very bottom. It clearly demonstrates leadership's actions, our active role in mishap prevention. We see that as the contractor getting better in their program, acknowledging that we have something that may not be working, and this is how we're making it better. All right. I'm in the business of mishap prevention. All right. That's what the skipper and XO pay me for. Anybody can be a data clerk and copy stuff at the end. They pay me for mishap prevention, to predict things before they happen. Near misses is what we call a leading indicator. That is a great tool for how we're going to predict future mishaps. And of course, at the end of the day, it's preventing them. That's what we're all about. All right. So self-reporting is clearly a way that we see the health of a safety program. We share those lessons learned, but we remove all information that even comes close to who that was. We remove contractors' names. We actually even remove locations. The way it's worded is a NAVFAC contractor, and that's it. So there's no embarrassment in these type of sharing lessons. That is not our intent. Our intent is to learn from them, and we share them with as many people as we can to prevent. All right. Right now, NAVFAC S2 is going under a safety leadership change. They have decided to revamp the entire NAVFAC safety portal. So this is going to be an excellent resource for our contracting partners to get lessons learned, to look up mishap rates, to even get some videos that we're starting to share with our contracting employees. So the NAVFAC public portal is an excellent place to get information. We'll even start putting up the certain sections of EM 385. All right. That's a lot of information that they'll have on there, and it'll be open to anyone with internet access. All right, as I breeze through those 15 minutes, do we have any questions for me that we can answer for the group? Not a single one. All right, again, before I leave, I just really want to reiterate mishap prevention. That's what it's all about. Okay. So we try to do things, and the things you'll see with NAVFAC safety is the admin part of it. Anyone that hasn't worked with NAVFAC before, they always usually talk about the admin safety when it comes with that pre-planning. That is what's going to reduce your numbers. And that's why we are consistently 70 to 55% below the national average with our contracting partners, consistently. Any questions in the room? Okay, good morning. We had a question in the chat room, and one of the questions was, how do we feel about some contractors with no or limited skill set in this particular area? The best answer for that is we have a lot of subcontractors partner with other subcontractors or primes. In years past, when we used to do this industry engagement in person, that was always one of the best benefits, is we would start partnering with our contractors, would start partnering with other contractors and getting to know each other. So I think partnering is the best thing. I know certain contractors are very open to that. Some of the big boys, I've talked to them before. I don't mind sharing that. Those are like Mortensen, Haskell, just a wide range. They always put it out there. They like to share. So there's no one in particular that NAVFAC looks to on that. It's a wide range. How about a positive measure for election for reporting near misses? So that's something that we've actually done internal. Some of our own internal reports, we have recently adopted what we call a near miss factor. So what we're looking for is at least a 4-to-1 ratio. For every one mishap occurred, we're looking for four near misses submitted. To be honest, we have not gone down the path, at least to my knowledge, of entering that in as a factor for our contracting partners for the selection process. However, again, we do look at those during the project, and we always look at those in a favorable sense. So those are things that we always remember when other projects come around. Thank you. So from my understanding, it should be completed by the end of April. So the new NAVFAC Senior Safety Director, his name is Dave Sapp. He's been with NAVFAC for a long time, and he's recently just hired a full staff. So he has someone now that is dedicated to bringing up the portal. They're working on that now, so I expect that to be up and running no later than the end of April 21. When will the new NAVFAC portal with updated safety become active? Okay. When will the new NAVFAC portal update safety become active? Looking for the end of April 21. All right, this will be the last question for safety. We've been putting together accident prevention plans for each project. What is new review process for these APPs, application process? So when it comes to accident prevention plans, what we're looking for is a detailed plan on items that the employees are exposed to. So for example, if one of the employees is exposed to fall protection, we're looking for fall protection to be in those accident prevention plans. We're not looking for any confined space. The review process for these are our CMs, ETs, PARs, the ones that have the day-to-day interaction with our contractors are looking at those plans and we are accepting them. We do not approve APPs, accident prevention plans. We accept them. What we're looking for is just each activity that there's an exposure to is discussed in the APP. All right, I have 9:45, so we will turn that over now to security. This is Mr. Mike Damato.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mike Damato. I'm the security officer for NAVFAC Southeast. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about security requirements for contracts that you'll be bidding on. So I want to talk about the process of the solicitation and how security plays a role in that. Earlier, you heard the security will be involved in the process of award. What we do is we will review the scope of work and we will assign a sensitivity level to the contract. That sensitivity level will determine what these security requirements are. Security requirements in contracts are not a template. I would encourage you to make sure that you read them. And as always, we're available at my office to answer any questions that you might have. So in that process of determining the sensitivity level, there are a couple of kinds of contracts that I'll talk about in general. The first one is a classified contract. Classified contracts have a bona fide requirement to access classified information to perform the work. In other words, you will either have to access classified information, national security information, top secret, secret, confidential, to execute the contract. Those contracts come with some requirements that include a facility clearance for the company. That means that your officers are going to go through a background investigation. That requirement will require secret clearances for your employees that have access to classified information. It will also require that you have a facility security officer assigned to the contract. We also have unclassified contracts, and that is the majority of our contracts. And as a matter of fact, we don't do classified contracts at this time. However, we do execute unclassified sensitive contracts. An unclassified sensitive contract may have all of the or some of the requirements that a classified contract has. For example, if in the statement of work or scope of work, you have to access controlled unclassified information, and that can include OPSEC, Operation Security information. It can include UCNI, unclassified nuclear information. It might require access to law enforcement sensitive information. It might include access to PII. Depending on what the scope of work states, that's going to determine what the security requirements are. So we don't have classified contracts per se, but we do have some sensitive ones that require some additional security actions. I want to encourage you to contact the security office, contact NAVFAC Southeast if you have questions about what those requirements are. Please make sure that you read them. They change. That's not just a standard template that goes into each contract. And I'll talk briefly about how we onboard contractors. So you're going to have an award date and you're going to have a start date. It's in that period of time that we want to make sure that you're up and running. So the government's going to make sure that you have your appropriate clearances. We're going to make sure you have your appropriate background investigations. We're going to make sure that we're ready to issue you a common access card for logical access. And we're going to make sure that you've conducted all of your cyber awareness training if you need logical access to IT systems to do your contracts. If the contract just requires you to access the installation and that's the only requirement on the security side, you'll do that through the installation. We don't issue common access cards for access to the installation. We're simply concerned with access to our IT systems in the execution of the contract. So to give you an idea what the process would be, you'll work with the Corps once you've been awarded the contract. The Corps will forward the names of the people, your employees, and what accesses they need. Security will vet those people. If they require a background investigation, we will initiate that background investigation. They'll be required to get fingerprinted. We have electronic fingerprint capabilities throughout the Southeast region. If the fingerprint results come back without any issues and we review your background questionnaire and we don't have any concerns, we will issue what we refer to as temporary access pending the outcome of full adjudication. If you do have an employee that has an issue, they may have something in their background where the fingerprint results come back and there might have been an arrest. You know, you have a 40-year-old who got a DUI when he was 18. We're going to take that into consideration. We're going to look at the person as a whole. We're going to review the SF-86 and we're going to make a risk decision based on that. If we determine that we're not comfortable moving forward with temporary access, you will have an opportunity to either find a different employee to fill that position or to wait for a full adjudication. But that's a process that I'll be happy to talk to you about and walk through with you. I'm always available in my office to take phone calls or emails. And I would encourage you right now, if you do have any questions on the security process, to go ahead and let me know.
Mr. Damato, I have 3 questions for you. The first one, they asked, how can we obtain a clearance as a company?
Okay. Any requirement that the government places on you, whether it's a facility clearance for your company or clearances for your employees, that first of all is a no-cost function that the government performs for you. The Defense Counterintelligence Security Agency will assist you with the process of getting your facility clearance. Once you get your facility clearance, then your own facility security officer would be performing the background investigations for your employees. If you have any more questions on that, you can go to the DCSA website. It will walk you through the process of applying for a facility clearance. And they're very helpful there. You can email them, you can call them. There's a rep assigned to each district.
Is it possible to get some kind of clearance for our employees, like a Capt card or DBIDs, so that we don't have to go through background checks and base access paperwork each time we need access to the base?
I don't believe there is, and if there was, it would come at a pretty high cost to you. The government supplies that service for you. So I don't know that I'm quite sure on what the question is. Are you asking, can you go initiate your own background investigations? The answer to that would be no.
I think what they're asking is, can we issue a Capt or DBIDs cards to prevent them from having to go through background checks and all the paperwork associated with a DBIDs? But
The answer to that would be no. The DBIDs process is the installation doing a local background check on the employee trying to access the installation. A CAC issuance by us would be for logical IT access, and that's going to require a background investigation.
so transportation or truckers wouldn't need a common access card?
No, you would use a DBIDs card. It very similar to a common access card. It kind of looks like one, but that's done through the installation. And just so you know, that's only good for one installation. your DBIDS card will give you access to the installation that you've required access to. All right, again, I want to encourage you to contact my office if you have any questions. Oh, wait.
Can the prime contractor get clearance without an active contract? Many RFPs require advanced security clearance prior to submission. So can the prime contractor get clearance without an active contract?
No, you have to have a contract associated with the clearance. So in other words, if there's a solicitation that has a sensitivity level that requires a secret clearance, you're going to have a contract number associated with that.
That you aren't managing any classified projects currently requiring a DD 254. Do you foresee any?
Again, it's hard to say what the future holds, but I just want to point out that while we do not have classified contracts, we do have unclassified sensitive contracts, and some of those contracts will have that as a requirement. So again, reading that security requirements in the contract, it's not just a standard template language that goes in there. You really need to review that and understand it.
So how do we get the clearance then if we are just proposing on the RFP?
If you don't already have a facility clearance, you can still apply. You'll just have to have it'll have to be in motion, you know, for you to be awarded the contract. So if you're in the process of getting that facility clearance, that's an acceptable.
DFARS issued an interim rule to implement DoD assessment methodology and cybersecurity maturity module certification, requiring self-certification of the NIST SP 800-171. How is NAVFAC evaluating this, completed prior to the contract being awarded?
I think Andrea Freeman is up next. She's the CIO. She'll probably be able to answer that question a little better. All right, thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrea Freeman. I'm the Command Information Officer, and I have brought my subject matter experts here with me. So if there's some questions, we have Joe Ellis here. He's our CIO, Cybersecurity Division Director, and Vanita Hollinger is here. She's our CIO Project Manager, and she helps with contracts that have facilities-related control systems embedded in them. With that being said, let's see. Let's go back one. So these are the topics that we're going to cover this morning. We're going to look at the facility life cycle, talk about cybersecurity and facilities-related control systems, how we're managing facilities risk, the risk management framework process, and the unified facility criteria. And then we're going to give a little brief presentation on the cybersecurity deliverables that may be required if you've got cybersecurity in a contract. So in general, you want to think that with facilities, with any facility, cybersecurity is embedded in the entire life cycle, you know, of a facility, from the moment we start planning all the way to design and even to disposal of that facility. So it is very important to kind of keep that in the forefront. It is a challenge for us that if cybersecurity is avoided or not included in the beginning, is that we have to retrofit buildings and facilities to put it in later on. Better to do it up front, ask those questions up front, vice trying to fix it in the end. Cybersecurity is the desired end state. Resilient and reliable control systems, whatever is put into that building, we want to make sure that it is armed and prepared for any type of potential cybersecurity attacks that may come along. We've got to look at what is the potential risk and how do we manage that risk. And so that is a part of when we look at facilities and why cybersecurity has to be in there. You know, a facility may require that an authority to operate. We may have to take a look at that. We'll help make that assessment. Is do you need an authority to operate when you build a facility? It may or may not require that, and why your CIO, your IT people need to be involved in facilities projects. We use the risk management framework process, the RMF process, to help us determine whether or not there is a risk, whether or not there is an ATO that's required, and then what processes and procedures, what equipment needs to be put in place so that we're allowed to be able to continuous monitor the cybersecurity posture in a particular building. Cybersecurity for facilities related control systems. Really, when you think about FRCSs, when you think about these control systems, they can be big, they can be small, but they are a part of the facility. It could be an HVAC system. It could be a temperature control system. It just depends on what that system is and the importance of us being able to look at it. We've got to be able to monitor and control the equipment in a particular building. And this right here is at different levels. So you have smaller systems, depending on the type of system you use. It literally could be a sprinkler system in a building, right? And so it's important for us to be able to kind of look at that and help make those assessments. And then at the larger level, you may have facilities or control systems that run an entire base. So small to big, it could be a building level, but it could be a base level. So that is, you know, gives you an idea of what a facilities related control system is and the importance of embedding cybersecurity in that. So we briefly mentioned the risk management framework process. For some people, that is brand new. They've never heard of that. And so it is the process that we use as a six-step process that the IT people use to manage facility risk. These right here are the different levels. We have to be able to assess the system, categorize it, taking a look at the various control systems that are there, being able to implement those controls, assessing whether or not, you know, that system that's in there, again, does it need cybersecurity? Does it need to be monitored? Is it something that we can look at and say there's no risk here? And so then we move forward from there, and then getting the system authorized. It is very possible that we could still be working through the entire RMF process, even when a building is turned on. And we say turned on, you're opening the doors, allowing people to utilize the system, and we still be working through the RMF process. There's been a misconception in the past that an ATO has to be completed for a facility in order for you to open the doors and turn it on. It's about us making sure that we have the proper documentation, the proper access milestone report, so that we know where we at in the process, so that potentially, like I said, we can open the doors before that ATO is completed. But then when that facility is online, the very last step, which is a step that happens forever until you decommission that building, is continuous monitoring. So in a nutshell, there's a lot more that goes into these 6 steps. A very, very long process, but this is in a nutshell what RMF is. We wanted to provide this slide to give you an ideal of the RMF steps. You know, you got the top part of this is 1 through 6. Here are the RMF step processes. And then when you take a look at design, bid, build, design build is that you have your process there from a contracts perspective and how the RMF steps run in parallel to the design build steps. And then also to the UFC documents as well, those processes and how they parallel, the things, the requirements, steps that must be taken when you're looking at those criteria to get a building online. So we just wanted to kind of show that these things should be running in tandem, in parallel. One doesn't start before the other one starts, right? We've got to do it together in order to make it successful. This slide right here just gives you an idea of the cybersecurity uniform facilities criteria. There are different documents that are out there already to help govern cybersecurity and embedding cybersecurity into your facilities and the control systems that are there. One of the very key points that we wanted to bring out with cybersecurity and in facilities is making sure that when you're talking with your contractors, your contract staff, your representatives, that there is a government representative from the CIO organization that is also present during your discussions, because it could be that we need to make an assessment or take a look at something. And if we're not present and don't know that is needed in a facility or a building, then you're moving along and we are catching up. We're behind the 8 ball, so to speak, and trying to get your control systems secure and making sure that we're able to monitor those. So you just want to make sure that there is an IT rep that's available for you to talk to as you're going through these discussions. So for the UFC, this right here, this particular UFC 4-010-06, it applies to all new construction and repair projects. These documents that I'm referencing, the UFCs, you can find those at the very bottom bullet at wbdg.org. So these guidelines are available to you. Details are available to you so that you understand a little bit more about control systems and things that we're applying, and how we rate systems to help us determine how far or how deep do we have to go in doing an assessment for your cybersecurity ATO. This is another very important document. You know, this is your UFGS, and this right here, this particular guidance is for a whole building design guide. So we want to make sure that, again, those documents are located at this website so that you can go through and you can take a look at the cybersecurity requirements that must be involved with facilities. Very, very key slide. Some of the deliverables that may be required when you're contracting, building contracts for facilities, or the contracting, if you contract someone to come in and do your RMF process for you, right? Hardware inventory. We've got to know what kind of hardware is in the building, the list of devices that you have, who has ability to access those devices. Network diagrams are going to be extremely important. You know, where are your workstations at? Where are your servers at? You know, where are all the blinky lights, right? That's, we often hear it blinks, it's IT. Well, it might blink, but it may not be us. So we need to be able to take a look at that. Software inventory. What kind of software is being used to control your systems? Being able to take a look at, are the licenses up to date? Is the operating system on the workstations, is that up to date? Are there support level agreements in place? If something breaks, who fixes that? So we need to take a look at those things. Compliance with the basic cyber hygiene. We go through, we take a look at that. Do the accounts have strong passwords? Are the administrative rights locked down so that every regular user that logs in can't make changes to your system? With all facilities, no remote access, extremely key. We cannot allow outsiders to come in to be able to access your systems, to be able to control your systems. You don't want somebody from the outside shutting down your water to your base or shutting down the electricity to your base. And then finally, whether or not we need an authority to operate the documentation. If it's applicable, you know, maybe you already have an ATO for a particular system. Maybe it's an upgrade or something. You got new equipment coming in. New equipment will impact an existing ATO. We've got to be able to look at this new equipment and see how it fits in to the cybersecurity documentation that you already have. Just because it's newer doesn't necessarily make it better. A newer device doesn't mean we can necessarily protect it. Some of the older stuff, some of the older equipment that's there, you got to think about, when is it time to budget and prepare for replacing that equipment? Because again, we can't protect it if we can't access it ourselves or we can't secure it. And so from there, I'd like to ask, are there any questions? What did I do? So yes, so there was a question asked during the last session about the DFARS issue. This requirement is being looked at now and incorporated into future contracts. So they're still working that. We will provide a more detailed response in the Q&A section when we post the Q&As for the symposium. We'll make sure that we include this one and provide a more detailed response for you.
For control systems, is there a cybersecurity incident response process? Reporting for telemetry data, logs, net flow, et cetera, and analysis of collected data separate from business systems? Or is facility system data analysis also handled by Navy CSSP?
So Joe Ellis is going to take that one. He's our Cybersecurity Division Director.
Good morning, all. Yes, there is a separate cybersecurity incident response process per system. Depending on the incident, NCDOC will handle our analysis of the data for those systems.
All right, with no other questions, I thank you very much for your time this morning, and I hope that you have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is John Bazylewicz. I'm the Assistant Deputy Director for Small Business Programs at NAVFAC Southeast. I'd like to thank you for joining us for our first virtual industry day. And today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the NAVFAC Southeast Office of Small Business Programs, who we are and why we exist. The Small Business Act requires that each agency that has contracting authority establish an office of small business programs. The main purpose of these offices is to identify procurements for small business opportunity, facilitate small business subcontracting, assist the Small Business Administration with performing functions and duties of Sections 8, 15, and 31 of the Small Business Act. Now, many of you may be familiar with Section 8 and not even know it. Section 8 of the Small Business Act is the authority to make awards to 8A contractors. So I'm sure that's where the name 8A comes from, is Section 8 of the Small Business Act. So specifically in Section 8, it allows the Small Business Administration to enter into contracts with the United States government. And the interesting thing about that is that typically we do not think of one agency contracting with the government. Usually they contract directly to private companies. But this act gives the Small Business Administration the authority to actually contract with other agencies. So when there's an 8A contract, the contract is the SBA's contract with that agency. Then the act also gives the Small Business Administration the authority to let subcontracts in order to actually accomplish the work. And those are our 8A contractors, what we know as 8A contractors. So Section 8 also identifies the socially and economically disadvantaged groups. It lays out the framework for what we know as the 8A set-aside process. And it goes into a lot of definitions that are applicable to the socioeconomic categories and economically disadvantaged businesses. Section 15 touches on a lot of things. Section 15 defines the relationship between the Small Business Administration and the agencies and how they will interact on procurements. It defines procurement strategies and related to contract consolidation and bundling the bundling of requirements. It also discusses contract teaming arrangements such as joint ventures and mentor-protege agreements. It discusses government-wide goal establishment for meeting small business awards. In other words, a certain amount of all federal dollars that are spent are required to go to, a certain percentage are required to go to small businesses. And when I say small business, I'm talking about small businesses and all the socioeconomic categories. So 8A, hub zone, service disabled veteran-owned small businesses, women-owned small businesses. So government-wide goals are established, and it's Section 15 of the Small Business Act that discusses how those goals are going to be met. Also, the reporting of achievement of those goals. So contracting agencies are required to report the achievement of their small business awards. So that's in Section 15. Section 31 talks about hub zone, and that's our authority. That's the SBA's authority to create hub zone set-asides. So that brings us to NAVFAC Southeast Office of Small Business Programs. So as I said, each agency is required to have an Office of Small Business. Each agency with contracting authority is required to have an Office of Small Business Programs. The Department of Defense is an agency that has contracting authority, and that authority is delegated down to the Department of Navy, and then it's delegated down to the systems commands, of which NAVFAC is one of them. And every time that delegation, every time that authority is delegated down, so is the requirement for the Office of Small Business Programs. So there is a Department of Defense Office of Small Business Programs. There's a Navy Department or Office of Small Business Programs. There's a NAVFAC Office of Small Business Programs, and we have one at Southeast. So the mission of the NAVFAC Office of Small Business Programs is to support the small business community through effective industry outreach and maximum practicable opportunities that deliver life cycle, technical and acquisition solutions aligned to fleet and Marine Corps priorities. And you've probably heard that before because it aligns with the NAVFAC mission statement. So our office at NAVFAC Southeast, our Office of Small Business Programs, we assist the Small Business Administration in carrying out the Small Business Act, Sections 8, 15, and 31. We work with the acquisition team to identify opportunities for small businesses. We review requirements to ensure that they're not overly restrictive and in any way disadvantage small businesses. We can assist the acquisition team in performing market research. We serve as technical advisors and technical board members on source selections. We also assist small businesses by providing counseling. We advocate for small business, and we also help educate small businesses with regard to the DoD competitive acquisition process and how to navigate the Navy competitive acquisition process, how to navigate NAVFAC, how to navigate contracting. We also help provide education about contract administration and lend assistance if small businesses may be having problems during contract administration. This next slide is the Office of Small Business Programs at NAVFAC Southeast. Contacts, this is our org chart. We have 2 assistant deputy directors for small business, myself, John Bazylewicz, and Dawn Brown. And then each public works department that is CONUS, we have one that's in Guantanamo Bay, but each public works department has what we call a small business professional authorized representative. The small business professional authorized representative, or SBPAR, is typically the supervisory contract specialist for that public works department. Oftentimes, they are the individual who knows the most about the project in the $4.5 million and below dollar threshold. They're going to be the points of contact on specific projects and what's going on with those procurements. The next thing I'm going to go over is how to find out about those procurements. Our Beta SAM is the government-wide point of entry for all solicitations. We also have sources sought that are posted on Beta SAM, as well as award notices. And also, the one thing I wanted to note about the sources sought is usually the sources sought notices. Some people may not quite understand the purpose of a sources sought notice, but what we're doing with a sources sought notice is we are trying to determine whether there is whether there are small businesses that are capable of performing a requirement. Generally speaking, that's why sources sought are done. It's a market research tool that we use. So what I would recommend is if you see a sources sought and you're a small business that you believe that you are positioned to provide that service that's in the sources sought, that you reply, because that helps inform the contracting and the acquisition team as to whether or not this would be a good fit for a small business set aside or small business procurement. Beta SAM is, as Susan Smallwood had mentioned earlier, Beta SAM is a relatively new website. We consider it new. It's been around probably for 2 years or so, but we still are considering it new. And so it might be it's a little bit different than FedBizOps, what it replaced. So there are learning resources on Beta SAM that are actually very helpful. You can go to the Learning Resources tab on the site. They have links to YouTube videos as to how to perform searches and also how to search federal procurement data system next gen, which is FPDS-NG. FPDS-NG is the database that the entire government uses to track procurements, awards, and you can search by NAICS code, you can search by procurement office, you can search by agency. You can really find a lot of information on FPDS-NG. And there are also a lot of standard reports that you can run on FPDS-NG. Learning about those reports can all be done on the Learning Resources tab at betasam.gov. Also, you can find expanded information about NAVFAC's, NAVFAC as meaning all NAVFAC-wide procurements forecast at the NAVFAC public portal under workload forecast. We have our own NAVFAC Southeast workload forecast, which is available at the Industry Day landing page. And we also have it under our own forecast. And I think we got the directions on how to access that on the next slide. We also have a NAVFAC Southeast app, which is available for both iPhone and Android. And it has a industry outreach widget. So I've heard very good things about the app, and a lot of contractors use that to get information about what's going on within NAVFAC Southeast. This slide talks about how we attempt to engage industry throughout the year. This is by far our biggest event that we hold each year, but we try to engage with industry on a continual basis by attending the National JETSI and the National Society of American Military Engineers Small Business Conference and Symposium, the Southeast Regional Federal Construction, Infrastructure and Environmental Summit, local events with the National Contract Management Association, the Jacksonville chapter. We have employees that are members with that group. Local matchmaking events through the SBA, which a lot of these events that are physical, that used to be physical, are being still held virtual, but hopefully we hope to return to doing more physical events very soon. And you can also reach out for on specific procurements to the SB PARs who were listed on our Office of Small Business points of contact. Those are mostly going to be for procurements that are in the $4.5 million range and below. And as always, you can reach out to this NAVFAC Southeast Office of Small Business Program Deputy Directors. That's either Dawn or myself. And we have our phone numbers here, as well as our group email. So if you send an email to the group mailbox, we will both get the email. And the last slide I have is, oh, it's on, okay, is regarding do's and don'ts or things to expect. When you reach out to us, please do not reach out to us when you have an active solicitation that's in source selection, meaning you have proposed, you have a proposal that's being considered by the government. Please do not contact us at that time period, because as I had said previously, a lot of times we sit on panels, and so we would not be able to answer any questions about those solicitations. We're interested in hearing definitely about new or innovative approaches, new or innovative technologies that you may have. And so we would like to keep capabilities briefs to new and innovative technologies. We just don't, we can't support having capabilities briefs by every small business. So we like to focus on new and innovative technologies. And the small business professionals will work with contracting officers to match contractors with requirements. And that's the end of my presentation, my planned remarks. And I think I have some chat questions. So I'll go to right now.
Miss Erica Anthony states, I am a small business, very capable of performing work, but I do not have an office outside my home. Does this disqualify me from being able to be considered a small business?
Okay, it does not prohibit you from being able to be considered a small business. However, there are, depending upon which program that you are competing under, or which program you are looking to, which procurement, what type of procurement you're planning on competing for, there can be something called a bona fide office requirement. It's typically with construction. A lot of those requirements, though, are actually, those are not NAVFAC requirements or Navy requirements. A lot of those actually are Small Business Administration requirements. So I know for the 8A program, for instance, for construction, they have now a bona fide home office in the region where the construction work is taking place. That's a Small Business Administration requirement, but it's not a NAVFAC requirement. So by the time we get to a small business, if they're certified by the Small Business Administration, we don't do any further certification for those businesses. We accept what the Small Business Administration has certified, essentially. So, and it also depends on what type of work you're looking to. Transportation. So that's a transportation question. Okay. So to my knowledge, you do not need an office outside your home. NAVFAC Southeast does not procure a lot of transportation. We generally procure mostly construction facility services, environmental services, architect and engineer services. And so that's basically where the majority of our money is spent. Do we have any other questions?
COVID impacted the length of time proposals take to move through the source selection process. And it says, I have one that was submitted last summer and it appears to still be in process.
Susan Smallwood, our Chief of Contracts, is going to answer that.
So
question.
without having a whole lot of other information, other than just a general question. So as I talked about earlier, it's not unusual sometimes for us to take, 12, 18 months to go through the procurement process and source selection, depending on where we are in the requirement. So if you have a little bit more information on the specific requirement that you're talking about, as far as COVID-19, I know that we did have to kind of regroup a little bit and look at how we were going to be able to do source selection in sort of a virtual quote unquote environment, not being in the office as we normally would, going into a closed room and looking at proposals. So there could have been maybe some delay depending on when the solicitation went out and the proposal came in, as far as us trying to determine how we were going to still provide that process in the COVID environment. But if you could give me a little bit more information about which specific contract that you're talking about, I may be able to provide a little bit more detailed information.
Oh, yes, sorry. The next speaker is going to be Alicia Vogel with the Small Business Administration. She's a procurement center representative, and she's going to be joining us. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. I can see my slides, so hopefully everybody has that. So you will see that your presentation slides tell you that Arlene Boyd Alston will be making this presentation to you today. However, there was a last minute change in plans. You guys know how life works. So I will be sharing some information with you this morning instead. Therefore, I ask you to bear with me if I seem to be relying heavily on my notes instead of looking at you. Not that I can see your lovely faces anyway. So my name is actually Alicia Vogel. Arlene and I are both Procurement Center Representatives, or PCRs, in the SBA's Area 3 Office of Government Contracting, which covers 8 southeastern states. Arlene is one of the PCRs covering Florida, and I am one of the PCRs covering the state of Georgia. All PCRs have a background in the acquisition career field. So I wanted to just give you a quick little tidbit about my government contracting career experience so you understand my perspective. I started my federal career as a contract specialist for the Air Force and became a warranted contracting officer in the Air Force as a civilian. So I worked in that capacity for about 12 years. And then I was given the opportunity to complete a career broadening rotation in the small business office at Robins Air Force Base. So that was, a little different perspective on the federal contracting process. And while I was in that rotation, I found out about an open position with the SBA, and I applied and received that position. So I ended up as an SBA PCR. So like many PCRs, many PCRs have held different positions and have experienced various aspects of the federal contracting process. So we have a pretty good understanding of the kinds of contracting issues you deal with on a daily basis, and we can really appreciate your point of view. And so I'm going to tell you more today about my job as a PCR and how you may be able to utilize the SBA's resources to assist your business. Next slide, please. So what exactly does the SBA Procurement Center representative do? PCRs are the SBA's advocates for small business concerns in the federal procurement world. PCRs operate under the jurisdiction of the SBA's Office of Government Contracting, whose mission is to assist small businesses in obtaining a fair share of federal government contracts, subcontracts, and property sales. PCRs implement the SBA's Prime Contracts Program, which serves to strengthen the economy of the nation by striving to create maximum practicable opportunities to small businesses, veteran-owned small businesses, service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses, historically underutilized business zones, small businesses or hub zones, small disadvantaged businesses, which includes 8As, woman-owned small businesses, and economically disadvantaged woman-owned small business concerns, while increasing overall competition in the federal acquisition process. So the Prime Contracts Program is governed by the acquisition-related sections of the Small Business Act, the Federal Acquisition Regulation, or FAR Part 19, and under Title 13 of Part 125 of the Code of Federal Regulations, or CFR. Thus, PCRs are responsible for assuring that small business concerns have a fair and equitable opportunity to compete for federal procurement opportunities, and that a fair proportion of the total sales of government property is made to small business concerns. PCRs also represent the SBA on procurement matters pertaining to policy or operations which affect SBA's programs or the small business community at major federal buying centers around the country. Next slide, please. So PCR responsibilities include the review of procurement plans at government installations, evaluation of their effect on small business participation, and the recommendation of changes that will support the interests of small businesses in obtaining a fair share of government procurements. PCRs accomplish these duties by recommending the set aside of selected acquisitions, by recommending new qualified small business sources, by appealing contracting officers' decisions which they deem adverse to small businesses, by providing small business program training to federal buying centers, by providing advice to large business concerns, and by counseling and assisting small businesses, including the various socioeconomic programs, with their small business concerns. PCRs can effectively increase the small business share of federal acquisition dollars through the review of proposed acquisitions at covered agencies. These reviews provide opportunities for PCRs to recommend small business and socioeconomic set-asides or the use of the 8A Business Development Program. PCRs also review and investigate bundled acquisitions and make recommendations for strategies that will enhance the small business participation for federal prime contracting opportunities. Contract bundling poses a significant negative impact on the ability of small businesses to fairly compete for federal contract opportunities. And due to the potential effect on small business participation, when considering bundling requirements, federal agencies must conduct adequate market research that clearly indicates that the proposed bundle procurement is necessary and justified, and that the agency will derive measurably substantial benefits. Agencies must coordinate these acquisition strategies or plans before contemplating bundling with the contracting activities, small business professionals, and the SBA's PCR before issuing a solicitation. PCRs can also assist federal buying centers by identifying qualified small business sources during the market research phase of the federal government contracting process. Next slide, please. So this slide includes a list of the federal agencies that Arlene's PCR duties cover. There are multiple agency PCRs in the state of Florida, and I believe Arlene is considered the North Florida PCR. So this list of agencies are some that she covers, and if you get in touch with her or go to the SBA website, you can also find a list of more PCRs and lists of the agencies that they cover in case you have questions or want to get in touch with a specific agency through SBA. Next slide, please. So these are a few more of the PCR's responsibilities. PCRs review subcontracting plans submitted by other than small businesses to provide advice and recommendations to the cognizant contracting officer regarding the suitability of the plan submitted. PCRs review subcontracting plans per guidelines established in FAR Part 19.7 and submit their recommendations to either the contracting officer or the small business specialist at the agency. An acceptable small business subcontracting plan must be submitted and accepted prior to contract award for negotiated and sealed bidding acquisitions expected to exceed $750,000 or $1.5 million for construction and that have subcontracting possibilities. PCRs also conduct periodic compliance reviews or surveillance reviews of federal agencies to ensure that they are following the regulations of the Small Business Act. PCRs provide counseling to small business firms. However, this is not the PCR's primary focus. Whenever possible, a PCR will refer small businesses to SBA district offices and SBA resource partners for counseling and training assistance. When referral to resource partners is not appropriate, the PCR will provide counseling and assistance to small businesses seeking information or help and doing business with the federal government. And I want to elaborate a little on this for a moment. In a couple of slides, we'll talk more about what the district offices do, but I wanted to tell you about a few of the things that a PCR can help small businesses with, even though this is not our primary responsibility. So during counseling, a PCR may provide information on some of the following. We may be able to advise you how to identify and where to sell items or services to the federal government. We may be able to advise small businesses on various assistance and certification programs that are available to them through SBA. We may be able to identify the small business specialist points of contact at specific federal buying agencies. We can provide assistance where possible in acquisition matters, such as delays in contract payments, protest procedures, contract changes, cases of contract bundling, terminations, show calls and cure notices, and how to become an approved source. We can also advise small businesses about the requirement and necessity of registering in the System for Award Management, or SAM, in order to do business with the federal government. We can advise on subcontracting opportunities and alert small businesses to the SBA's Commercial Marketing Representatives, or CMRs, and Prime Contractor Small Business Liaison Officers, or SBLOs. We can provide counseling on other government contracting programs, including Certificate of Competency programs, size determinations, natural resources and timber sales, and property sales assistance. We can discuss other SBA assistance, including the Small Business Development Centers, the Service Corps of Retired Executives, or SCORE mentors, loans and financial assistance, small business innovative research and small business technology transfer, or SBIR-STR programs, and international trade opportunities. And we can refer small businesses to the local procurement technical assistance centers for additional training and assistance. To continue on with this slide, PCRs also have the authority to investigate issues upon the request of a small business, a federal contracting activity, or another SBA office. PCRs also provide training to federal agency personnel regarding various aspects of the Small Business Act requirements and regulations. And PCRs participate in conferences and industry days such as this one in order to provide training and information to industry partners. Next slide, please. So as I noted earlier, this is the mission of the SBA's Office of Government Contracting, to obtain, ensure that small businesses obtain a fair share of federal government contracts. Next slide, please. So as this slide notes, PCRs interact with various customers. These include federal buyers, small business professionals at federal agencies, small businesses themselves, as well as other than small businesses, other SBA staff members, such as the business opportunity specialists who are located at the SBA's district offices, and our various resource partners. These resource partners, as I again just mentioned, include small business development centers, procurement technical assistance centers, women's business centers, veterans business outreach centers, and SCORE mentor chapters. Next slide, please. And again, I've noted a few of these too. So this slide lists a few of the main responsibilities of the SBA's government contracting area offices. These include reviewing certificate of competency referrals, addressing size protests, doing contracting reviews, and completing agency surveillance reviews for compliance. Next slide, please. So on the other hand, as I've alluded to, the SBA has district offices, which are located in each state and are responsible for the programs listed on this slide. So Florida itself, being a large state, has 2 district offices, I believe. And so sometimes that is who you will contact rather than your procurement center representative. So SBA district offices handle the 8A program, Hub Zone program, SDVOSB program, EDWOSB and WOSB program, SCORE mentor programs, and the loan programs. And this includes questions about certifications and the acceptance of 8A direct awards. They have some various responsibilities that differ from the PCR. Next slide, please. So this slide gives you a good summary of when you should reach out to your PCR. You can reach out to your PCR when you have internal acquisition strategy questions. This applies really more to a federal procurement agency. You can also reach out to the PCR when you have questions about size status. In fact, we had in the chat box a few moments ago, someone had a question about whether they would qualify as a small business. You could reach out to your PCR with this question. You should reach out to your PCR if you have a question about a small business utilization issue or a dispute with a contracting office. You can reach out to the PCR in reference to audits or the small business goals at the federal agencies. Again, I think I saw a chat box question earlier in John's segment asking about the agency's specific socioeconomic goals. The PCR could also help you figure out what the goals are for the government overall or for each agency. You can also reach out to your PCR for federal procurement training and education. You can reach out to us for small business events. We participate in these kind of industry days. We assist our resource partners with small business training events. And, if you have specific questions about training, we can direct you to the right source if we are not the correct point of contact. PCRs can also provide counseling services, as I mentioned, to both small and large businesses. And PCRs can help identify market research tools, both for federal agencies as well as market research tools that may assist you in finding opportunities for your small business. Next slide, please. So this slide clarifies some of the functions of the SBA's area office PCRs versus the district office business opportunity specialists, or BOSs. So the Office of Government Contracting functions, which are the PCR functions, are as follows. We work in the Office of Government Contracting, and we cover a particular area. As I stated earlier, Arlene is assigned in Florida. I cover agencies in Georgia. The Office of Government Contracting focuses on procuring agencies' use of the small business programs and helping them attain their individual small business goals. The Office of Government Programs center on making size determinations when there's a question, processing certificates of competency. And if you don't know what those are, Google it. If you are a small business and you've bid on something and a government agency is not sure if they can deem you responsible, they can reach out to SBA for basically sort of a second opinion. And we can back you up if we issue a certificate of competency and kind of give the agency a warm fuzzy about awarding to you. So that's what that program really is all about. We obviously have the PCRs functioning under the Office of Government Contracting. We have commercial market representatives who handle the subcontracting program for SBA. And we have women-owned small business and hub zone programs that we touch on and can assist with directing small businesses on how awards to these areas work and how you can apply for your certification. So on the other hand, the OFO functions or the district office functions, these BOSs work at the field operations level at the district office. OFOs focus on delivering SBA's wide variety of programs to help small businesses and local communities. So they're more small business centered. The SBA district offices deliver SBA loan education and assistance and economic development with state and local agencies and organizations such as chambers of commerce. Next slide, please. And this slide just clarifies some of the primary differences between the PCRs and BOSs. I think we need to go back one. Those two slides looked really similar, I know. Thank you, perfect. So PCRs, again, focus on federal procuring agencies. We do some outreach and help small businesses, usually on particular issues such as size questions and set aside concerns or disputes with agencies. We can kind of work as a third party. We provide technical assistance to procuring agencies on topics like limitations of subcontracting, the non-manufacturer rule, set-aside strategies, market research assistance, and again, we're assigned to specific agencies in specific geographic areas. And then those BOSs that are at the district offices, they focus on 8A firms and managing 8A program requirements. They process 8A offer and acceptance letters and conduct 8A reviews on firms to ensure that they continue to be eligible for the program. They provide general outreach and assistance to small businesses who are considering or want to increase business with the government, and that includes federal, state, and local. And they serve firms in the SBA district offices territory, which, as I stated, there's at least one district office per state. Next slide, please. So as this slide notes, there can sometimes be a discrepancy between federal buying activities and the SBA's staff. The SBA may not always agree with the acquisition strategy that a federal agency is proposing. So SBA PCRs do have the ability to appeal a proposed acquisition strategy if they believe it is necessary. However, this process can delay an acquisition anywhere from 5 to 60 working days. And as we've already heard from some of the commenters in the chat previously, based on questions, you know, the acquisition process already takes a good long time. So we only get involved when we have to, but we have that authority. Next slide, please. And this slide, again, just gives you a good concise overview of the PCR's responsibilities and the things that we're able to do for you as a small business. So just, you know, hang on to this information. If you fall under any of these categories and have questions, reach out to Arlene, or again, go to the SBA's SBA.gov website and find the Procurement Center Representative directory. Find the Procurement Center representative that is dealing with the agency that you have a concern with. Reach out and we'll help you the best we can. Next slide, please. And so this is the contact information for Arlene Boyd-Alston, who is your local PCR there in North Florida. And let's see, I had a summary sentence, I think. Let's see. So in summary, both businesses and federal buying center personnel may reach out to SBA PCRs anytime they have questions about issues that fall under the prime contracting program. We're here to assist you and to increase federal procurement opportunities available to small businesses in any way we can. Thanks a lot. And I think I kept you guys on track.
Alicia,
I can hear you. Go ahead.
hey, you have a question. It says, how long does it typically take for the SBA to review, approve an application submitted to establish a mentor protege business relationship under the SBA All Small Mentor Protege Program?
So that is one of the functions of the district office. So I do not have a definitive answer for you on that, but you could reach out to your SBA district office there in North Florida. And again, you can go to sba.gov and find a directory of all the district offices. That would be a good question for them. Or, you've got Arlene's contact information there. If you reach out to her, she could probably get you, a pretty typical or general answer to that question. But that is a district office function rather than a PCR function.
Southeast 2021 Virtual Industry Engagement Day again. Welcome everyone. If you weren't with us this afternoon, we're going to basically have it be in a panel format, and we have several different panels scheduled for you, each one representing a product and service line from NAVFAC Southeast. The first panel is going to be on the contingency contracting. If we could bring up, do you have the slides ready? So while we're waiting on the slides to pop up here for us, again, I'm Susan Smallwood, the Chief of Contracting, and with us on the panel today, we have Luke Guthrie, and I'll let him talk a little bit more about his background when we get to his to the cycle. And then we have Andy Mann, who is the Division Director in Contracting. Andy has environmental. He also has architect engineering, and also he is over the contingency group. And Gary Mann, who is also Division Director in Contracting, and Gary has our construction group here at Jacksonville at the core. So again, this is the Hurricane Sally panel. Back in September of last year, as most of you recall, we had a catastrophic hurricane event at Pensacola, which required us to bring in our rapid response team and activate our contingency engineering group, which also required a damage assessment team be deployed to Pensacola to start doing assessments of the damage and provided those back to the team here in Jacksonville. So from that, there was quite a bit of damage that was done to the various buildings on the base, whether it be water damage or roofing or debris pickup or whatever that may be. So after the initial assessment was done and we were able to get back onto the base, we actually started looking at the buildings themselves and what the requirements was going to be to either, to repair those buildings and what that repair was. So there was a lot of estimating done, just some general scopes of work, just to kind of identify very quickly what those requirements was going to be and what the repairs was going to be. So from that, as we talked about this morning, we got the technical team, the acquisition team, contracting team, all of the respective groups together to talk about what our strategies was going to be and how we were going to start after stabilization, the actual restoration of that. And so Luke's team has taken that data that was collected and has formulated some kind of a packaging type requirement. And we have now identified those packages. You're going to see on the slide here in just a second, the package numbers. And he's going to talk a little bit about how each of those packages was developed and some of the strategies that we used to now be able to go in and start doing the restoration. So with that, I'll turn it over to Luke.
Good morning, Luke Guthrie. So if we can go to the second slide, please. On the next slide, thank you. This is the packages that we developed for Hurricane Sally recovery. This is different than we've done in the past. In the past, typically when we had a hurricane event, we would bring in our GCC and they'd pretty much do all recovery for us. This time what we've done is brought in the GCC and they did the initial stabilization of our facilities, blue tops, where we need rip out things that would cause mold and things like that, and stabilized it. Then the team got together and we hired one of our A&E off our IDIQ contracts to go through each facility and start developing actual detailed damage list and RFP packages, short form RFPs or scope of work packages, and we packaged them together. The reason, instead of going to GCC, we're trying to, spread the wealth a little bit, try to get more small business. If you notice, we have several of these packages are like the North Florida Medium Mac or the Panhandle, the Florida Panhandle Mac. Those are all small business Macs. We are having to use some of our larger Mac, which is large business, and we also are having to use GCC. So we're using a combination of tools, really trying to spread the wealth and get the work done. Right now, of these packages, we have one that's under solicitation. The others are waiting on funding, but package 2, which GCC, is under solicitation. How we develop these packages is the first priority was kind of base priority and criticality of what facilities the base needed back up first. So we had them, the base, the PWD, prioritize the facilities, and we also took other things into account, if the facilities are closer together, we probably tried to keep them in the same package if we could. We also did some packaging. One package made me more with just the BQs, the enlisted or officers' quarters. So housing may be in a package because of some unique issues we have to deal with housing that we may not have to deal with just an admin facility. So it's easier if we keep those together and one contract was dealing with this similar issues. So this is basically the packages we have. Again, our plan is to have these. We're working with 2 different A&Es, about to award a 3rd A&E task order using IDIQ contracts that the NAVFAC has to finish the development of the last task order will really be utilities. It took a little bit longer to develop the scope of work of that because we had to do a more in-depth study on the damage before we move out with that task order. So I will pause if there was any questions or any other comments from the other panel members. We can go on to the next slide and come back to questions if you'd like.
So we did get one question. Are you looking to do any construction management services for the Hurricane Sally recovery efforts?
Okay, so standalone construction management services, no. We're looking to, for overseeing that, we'll be using in-house. So I don't want to say no. We are looking, we'll have our plan. We'll have probably Seaport E or other contracting vehicles to provide additional ET support. When we get all this work going at once, we won't be able to do it all with in-house. So we will be hiring similar to our Seaport E type contracts. We haven't decided the vehicle yet on that. But in the next month or so, I think we'll be deciding the vehicle. So let me, another question?
Yep. Is there any electrical work that is required for the Hurricane Sally effort?
I would say, yes, there are some, there are electrical work. I don't know the exact extent of the utility electrical work until we get to the design, but there are some, damage of interior. So I'm on kind of, I know we have some HVAC damage. Obviously, anytime you're doing air conditioning, you have electrical work, but it's not, I don't think there's any major electrical work except for that would be dealing with the electrical utility systems, which would be in the last package that's on the spreadsheet, the utilities. I turn over just back to Susan.
Okay, so as Luke indicated, and as you took a look at the slide, we have already done the market research that and developed and determined that the tools that we currently have in place would be the best way to provide start the restoration services there at Pensacola. And as you also saw, there was a couple of facilities at Key West that's also sustained damage, and we will also be using one of the MACs that we currently have in place to provide contract support for those repairs as well. So with that, we kind of alluded to earlier that we are going to be providing a contract directory, and in there we will also include the MAC holders. As you can see, there is a lot of work that's going to be taking place at both Pensacola and Key West. So this would be possibly some opportunities for you if you are an electrical company, if you're doing some type of construction, mechanical, etc. Maybe you could take a look at those MAC contractors and maybe get in touch with them and provide your capabilities to them and maybe work some subcontracting opportunities with them. As Luke indicated, if you see medium MAC, that is already a small business. So you're primarily going to probably want to look at the AOR MAC, which is a large business, and then the GCC contractors also are large businesses. So what does that do for you as far as a small business and you're looking to try to maybe get into some of the contingency arena and provide your support? So what we'd ask is that, immediately if we're having a hurricane event or some type of a flooding, whatnot, the things that we're looking primarily to do is to get in and start doing the dry out, getting water out of the buildings, that type of thing. So if you have those capabilities, we would like for you to provide your capability statement to the small business office. They do keep a database of all of the information that you guys send in, regardless of what your capabilities are. The small business representatives that they talked about from the different field offices, they do interact with our small business office when they have identified a capability and they are looking for an 8A to maybe provide that support. So please provide your capability statement to John Bazylewicz in his office. And then, like I said, he keeps a database and those capabilities and provides those to us in contracting as needed.
Okay, we've got two more questions. First, are these packages under a specific name to search on beta.sam.gov?
They will be identified on the contract directory, and they should have a nomenclature that identifies them as either the Panhandle MAC, North Florida, South Georgia, that type. So there will be an identification that you will be able to cross-reference back to the slide.
The second question is there any more information about what buildings, scopes, and areas are in each package?
The general scope is really, I can tell you the general scope. The bill numbers, I guess that's something we can release afterwards, correct? What billings are currently in any package. We are changing some of them and revising some of the packages as needed to support the base mission. The scoping is generally, there's a lot of roof and, it's envelope, water damage, and interior damage is the basically scoping. And then, of course, the utility package will have, all 4 or 5 of our utility systems involved, electrical utilities, water, sewer. They'll have those utility systems involved, that last package.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the FSC Facility Support Contracting Base Operations Support Panel. My name is Nicole Wilhelm. I'm a Contracting Division Director. And as part of this panel today, we have Charlie Smith, who's the Facility Support Contracts Product Line Director for NAVFAC Southeast, and Joel Crane, who's a Technical Liaison for FSC from NAVFAC Atlantic. The purpose of this panel today, we really enjoy doing industry engagement. For those of you that are familiar with the FSC BOSS program. It is a very complex program, it covers so many services on the installation. So we do truly enjoy our industry engagement, and we're interested to see how this functions today with Zoom. So this is our first time doing it in this forum. But we would like to provide you visibility and information on our upcoming procurements. We'll talk about the execution strategies for those procurements, and we're going to kind of talk about changes that we've implemented based on your previous feedback at previous industry forums and days. So without further ado, we're going to turn it over to Charlie for the program info.
Hello. Over the next few years, we have a few contracts coming up. This list that's provided in front of you is a list of all of the competitive contracts we have upcoming over the next 2 to 3 years. Some of these contracts include BOSS services and multifunction services and single function services. And what I'm going to do is highlight some of the requirements that we have in some of these contracts, so you can get a good understanding of what type of procurement that that's coming up in the near future. So the first I would like to talk about is the Panama City BOSS contract. You should see the RFP coming out for that solicitation within the next month or so. This contract consists of grounds maintenance, solid waste, custodial, pest control, other facility support contracts, and it also includes facility investment, which includes service calls, service orders, emergency, urgent, and routine. It also includes locksmith servicing and PMs for HVAC requirements and boilers and generators, et cetera. In addition to that, we also have requirements where any other work that's required for facility repairs or maintenance within that at that activity. Next, we also have the CSL Kamalapa Air Base BOSS contract. This is in El Salvador. This is it's overseas contract. It includes IT services. It also includes force protection, facility investment, which is service orders, PM and repair, PMs and repairs for facility equipment such as HVAC and fire protection. It also includes any other work needed in regards to facilities. Like I stated, it is an OCONUS contract. It's one of our broader range of services that we have within NAVFAC Southeast. It's a small requirement, but it includes a lot of services within it. We also have the Gulfport multifunction contract, similar to the Panama City BOSS contract, where I have facility investment, grounds maintenance, and custodial. HVAC, PMs, repairs, such requirements like that is also included within that solicitation. And some other, the single function contract that we have is from solid waste management. We also have inmate labor management at Fort Worth, where the inmate labor management contract includes custodial and some grounds maintenance at Fort Worth. We also have a grounds contract at Kingsville and Meridian that's coming up. We also have a pest control contract at Pensacola. NOLA BOSS contract is a few years out, but that contract is going to include, similar to the Gulfport and Panama City, service calls, PM and repair, and solid waste collection. We also have many other requirements that should be coming out also, but they're more over the sole source or 8A Ability 1 area. So I'll let Nicole speak to those requirements.
So the projects that Charlie has just gone through are the competitive requirements that are coming up in the next year or two. So the FSC BOSS program has about 150 contracts throughout the NAVFAC Southeast area of responsibility. And they are 5 to 8 year contracts. And so the ones that fall under the 8A sole source threshold or are within the Ability One program. Those are procured at the individual public works departments. So as discussed earlier this morning, reach out to the small business specialists, and we have advocates at the PWDs and the contracting officers in the PWDs. The ones listed today are going to be available for competition. And as I just said, these contracts are 5 to 8 year contracts, depending on the requirements. So we just really want everyone to understand that you are our partners in this effort. Our customers, which are the tenants on each installation, don't ever say contractor this or contractor that. It's NAVFAC. So really, you are an extension of the Navy and NAVFAC Southeast through these types of contracts. I think next, I'm not sure if we're starting to get questions in, but we do have one. So before we get started with that one.
Is there a published list of who has won the BOSS contracts for NAVFAC Southeast in the past?
So as they mentioned earlier today, we are working on a blue book, and that is going to be included in that listing that is provided and uploaded on the NAVFAC Southeast public page for contractors.
And just to add to that, the slide that's in front of you right now is a list of current large BOSS multifunction contracts that we have in place now. That includes the prime contractor and the business type that's associated with each requirement.
Okay, and just to kind of, as a heads up, the contracts that we just went over, they are going to be available for competition. We are currently at varying stages of acquisition and source selection planning. All of the reprocurements coming out will be a best value trade-off. Within best value trade-off, please review the individual solicitations to understand whether it is being procured as a best value trade-off with technical factors significantly more important than price, or approximately equal to price, or as a lowest price technically acceptable procurement. And those decisions and planning are currently being made. Next, we kind of want to go over, based on your feedback, we just want to brief everyone on the changes that we have implemented. Some have been implemented NAVFAC-wide, some land-wide, and some in Southeast.
We're always in a continuous process improvement, and some of the changes that we've done in the past few years is having our exhibit line item numbers and have changed the format to include additional pricing elements and to minimize the number of ELINs and SLINs. The goal is to make it easier for offers to price it, easier to evaluate, and easier to invoice post-award. And that would be rolling up the pricing elements to the ELIN level and not necessarily allocating it out to a number of paying activities. Also, we're utilizing technical over price and larger BOSS contracts. We're trying to actually get to the best value, and we've implemented that in a number of locations. Another initiative we have is service orders utilization for any type of work within the respective annex or sub-annex. So service orders should be able to be issued for any work that's within the limits of liability specified and within that annex.
Yes, we did get a couple more questions. And the first one is, could you state again when the Panama City BOSS solicitation may be issued?
The Panama City BOSS contract should be issued within the month of April, Q3, very early Q3. So be on the lookout for that requirement. And
then the next question is, will there be POCs provided to be eligible for sole source 8A and hub zone facility support contracts?
Give us 1 sec. I just want to follow up to see where that information is.
That information is in the Office of Small Business Programs part of the slide deck that was gone through earlier. It will also be posted on the NAVFAC Industry Day virtual landing page. And I believe what you're looking for is the small business professional authorized representatives for each PWD. And those are also the supervisory contract specialists for those PWD offices. So that would be the point of contact for 8A programs in the field offices. That was the question. So.
Thank you, John. Are there any more questions before? Okay.
So continuing with some of the changes we're in the process of implementing is one of them is we're calling the systems approach for BOSS contracts. That's where we'll be transitioning from I'll say an asset-based approach to a facilities-based approach. We'll identify the facility and provide specific information about the facility from year of construction to use, square footage and those type things, and identify the systems within that facility that would like to be maintained. And so there will not be an inventory that lists different assets. It'll be based on the facility. Maintenance will be required of the entire system. And the contractor would be responsible for all the mechanically and electrically interlocked parts, components, and ancillary parts identified for these systems.
So one other change that has been implemented within NAVFAC Southeast, with all of NAVFAC, is the requirement for the 100% implementation of direct entry for FSC contracts. Direct entry is where we depend on the contractor to directly enter information into Maximo, so the government can have access to the data from a real-time perspective. The goal is to make sure that, like I stated just now, is to capture real-time and accurate data from the contractor. So before, we used to have the flat file methodology where there was a lot of issues and some concerns with the data that was provided. There was a lot of data miscues with the data where it couldn't capture all the maintenance items and the work order, the maintenance history for those systems. And to eliminate that, the goal is to implement, NAVFAC decided to implement direct entry, where the contractor go out there whenever he assess or perform any maintenance or repair on a system, they update the system to include that information, so we can have an accurate running of the history jacket for those systems. In addition to that, like I stated, it eliminate all previous issues that resulted from the flat file process how we were operating in years past. Another implementation that we had was that we improved the process for obtaining CACs. This reduced and in most cases, in some cases, eliminated the CAC delays for the access to government site. So at one point, it was taking upwards of 6 to 8 months, sometimes years, to even to obtain a CAC card within the government, to have access into Maximo for direct entry. The process has improved greatly, working with security and CIO. And now this process is a whole lot smoother, and we don't have as many issues at getting contractors who's eligible for a CAC card, CAC cards to input data into our government sites. Next, what we'll talk about is the BTO process, and I'll let Nicole expand on that.
So anyone that well, not anyone, but many of the contractors that have existing FSC type contracts will be familiar with the term BTO. And what that means is blanket task order. And we're really excited to be at full implementation of this where appropriate, because this is a very powerful tool for us for efficiency. I think it benefits both contractors and government. Our very complex funds request and obligation process is expedited through this, and we are able to get over and above proposals and notices to proceed to contractors very quickly and efficiently through this process. And so we are seeing it as a betterment based on industry feedback, and I hope you see it that way too. And then
the next change that we've implemented throughout NAVFAC Southeast is we did 100% implementation of the regional call center. With this requirement, we now have centralized the process to where we receive work order information from each activity through a centralized location here in Jacksonville. It's from the manage the service calls, respond to emergency service call, urgent calls, and routine service calls. It standardized the process for the whole service order process that we have in place for our BOSS contracts. So the RCC works with the activities, and they create SOPs of how service calls will be issued and who will be issuing these service calls. And it just it helped increase response time for emergent and urgent issues that we have within NAVFAC. So it's a great benefit, and it just opened the door for improvement and ensuring that customers are getting a response to their issues promptly, prompt responses to their issues.
And that kind of rounds out the list of the improvements and efficiencies that the program has implemented over the past few years. We do have some time left for questions. I don't think we have any pending. We do have some frequently asked questions we can go over that we received recently.
What are some post-award expectations?
So I'll start this off, and please feel free, Nicole and Joel, to chime in on any expectations. So the start of every contract is very challenging for both the contractor and government. From a contractor perspective, the contractor has to go out there and hire the best and the most efficient workforce. You have to weed through the employees and try to get everybody on board, ready to work on day one of the contract. So that can be challenging, especially with some of the phase-in time that we have within the government. So sometimes we give 30-day phase-in, sometimes we give 60-day phase-in, sometimes we give a 90-day phase-in. But the goal is to try to be able to have everything in place on day one, and it can present some challenges in doing so. But every contract, especially with the phase-in, every contract is different from one another. Another issue is sometimes, even if you're the incumbent contractor and you win a previous contract, requirements change. You can't expect to perform the requirements the same way you performed it previously. So we run into this issue a good bit, and not understanding that these requirements has changed, and it's always a shock to everyone that requirements are different. So make sure you review the contracts and understand that requirements have changed. And usually with the transition team, which is headed out of my group, I have a group of a few folks that take charge of transitioning, and they usually work with the installations on this is what changed from this contract to what from the old contract to the new contract. And they usually work hand to hand and directly with the contractor and the PWDs at each installation.
And I think I just wanted to echo what Charlie said, is even when you have a follow-on contract awarded to an incumbent, the requirements of that contract may be significantly different from one contract to the next. And there can be so many reasons for that. Tenant commands, there's just a laundry list of reasons for that. And so I just want to reiterate that and say, understand that just because it was this way in the previous contract, it could be completely different in the new contract or solicitation.
But some other issues that we may run into in regards to, well, some other post-award expectation is that there may be an influx in service orders at the beginning of a contract due to, you know, some service order or some IQ task order work not being issued because either you're in the middle of a closeout of a current contract, and like I said, it's always a transition phase, and therefore some work is being requested to be performed by it's requested for the new contract to perform the services. So that's not it's not as normal, but however, it does happen in some cases where there may be an increase in service requests at the beginning of a contract. So just be prepared to be able to handle those services whenever they are requested. Another expectation would be is understand service orders, understand the requirements for service orders, understand that the government may issue service orders for anything within that sub-annex or that annex that where the service calls are located. Understand that each service order have a separate response time, emergency, urgent, and more importantly, understand that there's limited liabilities. Some of these limited liabilities are fairly high. So understand that, you know, there's a possibility that these work can be issued up to that limited liability, and the government do expect for you to perform work, be responsible for all costs up to that limited liability. If you look at the response times throughout the contract, we try to link and associate response times to industry. So one thing that is important, one of the few changes that we made over the past few years for service orders was the routine service orders. We increased the completion response time to 30 days. So that gives a contractor the opportunity, more flexibility to perform the work and adjust, prioritize work order requests when they comes up. And we also expect PMs to be completed on time. One thing about the PMs is that the more if you do the PMs, the less repairs. Repairs are directly associated with the limited liability, and like I said, the limited liabilities are typically high in some cases for some areas. So we expect for PMs to be completed, and it just increases the longevity and the life expectancy of equipment if PMs are being performed.
Okay, and the next question is, how is the government adapting to the pandemic in regards to site visits?
So I think because of the nature of facility support contracting, if at all possible, we are attempting to do in-person site visits, and always following the appropriate CDC guidelines and instructions. When we are not able to do that, we have done a few virtual site visits. So I think we've gotten a lot of positive feedback on those. It's really based on our requirement owners and customers, what we can do. So we've had video tours on Teams, we've produced pictures. So we are interested in your feedback to see what is working and what is not, because we have in the past year. So I will acknowledge the coordination of this has been tougher. It has resulted in some delays in our procurements, but we have throughout the pandemic done in-person, video, and photographic site tours.
Okay. Okay, and then the next question is, can you flat file into government maximum?
This is a topic that is brought up a lot. Is always a request for being able to flat file into government Maximo. Unfortunately, this is not something that's a process within, is a required a process within NAVFAC. However, NAVFAC Southeast, we do not have any requirements, any contracts where we actually doing performing flat file. Like I stated earlier, the goal is to do direct entry for all our requirements. The government has experienced a lack of data submission during flat file transfer, and we migrated away from that into the direct entry way of inputting data within our contracts. Due to our expectation of Maximo being complete and accurate at all times.
Okay, we're about at time. We do not have any further questions in the chat. Does anyone have any closing remarks? If not, I think everyone online with us has about a 15-minute break until the environmental panel is next. Thank you very much.
Hey, good afternoon. Welcome to the Environmental Business Line panel. My name is Robert Fisher. I am the Environmental Restoration Branch Head. And joining me here this afternoon is Robbie Smith. He's Environmental Planning Conservation Branch Head. And further to the right, camera left, is Andy Mann, who's the Division Director of Acquisition. So this afternoon, we're going to spend some time talking about the major branches within the Environmental Business Line for NAVFAC. We're going to discuss some of the compliance and environmental restoration challenges and opportunities. And in there, we'll talk about opportunities to work with us to solve some of these issues that we're facing, both current and what we're looking at down the road. And then we're going to spend some time talking about the acquisition tools and acquisition process to, provide more information on how you would work with us, and that'll be handled by Andy.
Good afternoon. Again, this is
So we'll
Andy
start
Mann.
here with Andy.
Right, with one of the division directors at NAVFAC Southeast for contracting. So we want to run right up front of the first acquisition strategy means we're going to need contractors. So this might look like a very limited slide, but what you're looking at there really is comprised of 30, at any given time, 30 to 35 different contracting instruments that we use. And of course, everything is developed and built on gap analysis to our workload and when we need a tool to be put in place. We are one of the business lines that routinely does cost contracting. And that's in our AE, which will be the Comprehensive Long-Term Environmental Action, maybe, and our remedial action, but we'll get to those next. We do multiple award environmental fixed price contracting. And then they have the ETS, which may be interest to our smaller 8A contractors, and we'll get to that next. And the fourth bullet on here is grants and agreements. Well, we don't do a whole lot of grants, but for those who do cooperative agreements, we do invest ourselves in a little bit of that. But I won't go into detail of what grants.gov looks like. And then agreements, we have the United States Coast Guard Basic Ordering Agreement, and where environmental specifically takes care of spills and takes care of aircraft mishaps. So another piece of the work that environmental does. Now, everything that we're going to show, and even on the next page, we don't do all the environmental contracting here at the Corps. So there's a small percentage, and it's about 2 to 3% any year. Those 20 field offices you heard about and those boss contracts you saw earlier in presentations also have the capability to do environmental contracting. So I didn't want you to think that these limited slides that you see is the entire program, which, okay, next slide, thank you, really makes up about 450 actions a year, and in between 55 and $60 million is what our program is at any given time. That's just contracting. From the core, which means NAVFAC Southeast in Jacksonville. Our AE services, we do water, wastewater, air radon, and hazardous materials. Now, these are architect engineer opportunities for people. And then I mentioned Big Clean, which is the largest AE, but that's a tool that we're ordering officer for. And so this list you see here is current acquisition tools that NAVFAC Southeast has. The ETS is Environmental Technical Services. It says small business, it's 8A. And that was just a mistake we put on here. At any given time, we have 15 to 20. Currently, we have 17 of those. Because of the time of year it is, unfortunately, we've already determined the next 10 that we're going to be putting in play during FY21 and into 22 and 23. However, you will see all this information on the contractor directory. We didn't put them up here because it's a very wordy slide, but everybody's going to have that opportunity to see those instruments with the point of contacts. And you'll actually get to see programmatically who we have and who our next interest items are. The next slide. Oh, you know what? Go back. Excuse me. Opportunities. We're currently analyzing the air radon AE. So won't be coming back for that. And that was a business opportunity for 2 small businesses, $5 million a year for 5 years, whichever comes first. The next item is the last bullet is the environmental MAC. But we haven't had one in a while. We've been using the higher echelons MAC organization for execution, but we decided we want to put that tool, a business opportunity, which is not out on the street, but should be by the end of the 3rd quarter. And that's going to be a competitive multiple award remedial action. So keep your eyes and ears open for that. The next slide. This just describes the North American Industrial Classification System that we most commonly see. And these would be primary. We understand firms have secondary NAICS codes, but it's remediation, other technical services, scientific and technical support activity, forestry, routine engineering, and then other technical consultations. Now, if there's a question, we would take it right now. Okay.
Does the AE contract for water wastewater assist in water wastewater facilities or the environmental ramifications of any construction on water wastewater?
That question.
Does the AE contract for water wastewater assist in water wastewater facilities or the environmental ramifications of any construction on water wastewater?
I believe it's both, but we'll have to get an expert to answer that question and follow up on that one.
Was the question regards to the early setup of a new facility as in a NEPA? Or is the answer going to be both, right? To a facility compliance, is the wastewater in compliant? Or is it a earlier version where someone would be discussing an EIS or an EA? Now, if they can answer that quickly, we can respond to it. Otherwise, we'll take the question and address it later.
Yes. The next question is, has market research for the EMAC been completed and will it be a small business set aside?
Excellent question. It has been completed. We're currently finalizing this was it's that close. We plan to be out on the street with that no later than the end of the 3rd quarter. It is a small business set aside.
Also include NAICS code 541620 environmental consulting.
I would say yes, because that's what's the most common. Other scientific and technical consulting, right, is 541690.
Okay, so we're going to move next into one of the business lines for environmental. And we're going to talk a little bit about the compliance media areas and also discuss a couple hot topics related to that work. Specifically in the compliance media areas, we're talking about air, drinking water, stormwater, and wastewater. And in that area, we're having opportunities in both studies, designs, assessments, permits, and plans. And those are often issued as a one-year contract and taken to smaller firms to execute and complete that work. We also have, under this umbrella, we have regulated waste and small arms range support. And that work includes inspections, removals, replacement plans, and munition removal, sort of the sustainment work for small arms range. Finally, tank compliance and bombing range sustainability. These include studies, inspections, waste sampling and disposal, permits, and the creation and finalization of plans to do that work. All of these are on an annual basis generally, and are generally conducted by smaller firms. And these are some opportunities that we definitely wanted to discuss. Currently, the hot topics associated in the compliance section would include AFFF, which is aqueous film forming foam. This is a topic that you will hear us talk about a couple times before we're finished here this afternoon. And specifically with compliance, this is removal and replacement. The restoration section will deal with the AFFF, or what we talk about PFAS, that has already made it into the environment. Other hot topics would include tank removals, replacements, and repairs. And as I had mentioned, PFAS, which are perfluoroalkyl substances in the drinking water. And here's a couple of examples of compliance and action. We have some pictures of some hazardous waste management, management at a storm pond, and some tank removal in the upper right-hand picture there. I'm going to let Robbie talk about the natural resources and some challenges and opportunities available in that branch.
Hi, good afternoon. One of the interesting things about the United States Navy is we have to comply with laws like the Sykes Act and Endangered Species Act. Those laws require that we protect and monitor rare, threatened, and endangered species. And a lot of times when we're doing projects or as species are being listed, we're looking for presence and absence. We need to know, are we using that habitat? How can we modify that habitat to make sure it better enhances those species and to make sure we can build or do the warfighter mission elsewhere instead of affecting those animals. So a lot of times we need to go in and we need to remove exotic and nuisance animals, invasive plants, exotic animals such as pythons, or potentially we have coyotes moving in and killing our rare, threatened, and endangered species. Sometimes we have contracts where we need aerial spraying that's very cost effective and we can get more bang for our buck. We also go in and roller chop and use hydroaxes and follow up with herbicide treatments. We also are looking for fire breaks. We're dropping bombs. We don't want to get a wildfire to spread outside of our fence line and affect our neighbors. Also, we use wildland fire as highly recommended here in the Southeast for the enhancement of rare, threatened, and endangered species. Often we have MILCON projects where we're building near wetlands. The Navy would prefer to have no net loss of wetlands. We need to identify those places ahead of time so we don't site a construction project in the middle of the wetland. There'd be water quality issues and permitting issues that we would have to address. So that's one of our big issues, is identifying those areas ahead of time. We often use contractors to help us with these sorts of analysis and surveys. And finally, looking at the habitat surveys and using GIS or aerial imagery. Also, we have used submerged drones to look where endangered corals are. We're on the water. Corals have become a big issue, so we need to make sure they are protected and we know exactly where they are. And if we can't mitigate damage, we need to move them somewhere else. And we often use contractors to help us with those goals and objectives. Next slide, please. Here's a good example of some of the things that we have done previously. If you look, there's the helicopter that was at NAS New Orleans, or I'm sorry, NAS JRB New Orleans. And what we did there is we did an aerial spraying for Chinese tallow. It was extremely effective. The chemical that we applied was very invasive species specific, so it didn't, let's say, hurt the red maple. It would only target the Chinese tallow and other invasives. If you see there's a salamander in the middle of the screen, that salamander is subterranean. It is probably the most endangered amphibian in the East Coast. We have it on one of our OLFs. We have gone out and done multiple surveys for presence and absence of that species. And unfortunately, its habitat has shrunk dramatically throughout the Southeast. Furthermore, we also have pictures of people doing prescribed fire that provides benefits for us, not only at the species level, but the multi-habitat level. It can get rid of invasive species. It promotes native species growth, and it also prevents fire from escaping outside of our fence line onto other properties in the urban interface. The animal down below, one of our major successes, and this is at Naval Station Gitmo, tracking animals. That's very important. We need to know where the movements are. Are they going to be moving into our housing area? How can we make sure that these endangered animals are tracked and where they're going and where their habitat is? And then that just, furthermore, there's just some prescribed fire in action. And then you see the benefits of native species in the bottom corner there, native space, plant species after a prescribed fire coming back. Next slide, please. The other part of our planning and conservation is cultural resources. You know, as a federal agency, we are bound to follow the Secretary of Interior standards for National Historic Preservation Act and consultation. We reach out to the state agencies and make sure that we are protecting our properties and following the appropriate regulations. As such, we need to understand our architecture and make sure that also that we do phase 1 reconnaissance surveys and for archaeological resources. In the Southeast, we could have Native American impacts if we are not careful. So we need to make sure we're monitoring where our impacts are and how to mitigate not only archaeological resources, but those of structures that are in place. Are they eligible for the historic register? And that's where we could potentially use contractor support. Also, as you think ahead, when MilCon projects are being cited, do we need to do a phase 2 site evaluation and report, take that report and send it out to the agency that we're actually doing our due diligence? And that's a lot of what we do here in the planning and conservation. It's thinking ahead, looking where potential impacts are, and using contractors to support when, where, and how species and or structures are found or need to be evaluated, and sharing that with our regulatory partners like the Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA, and the state historic preservation agencies. Thank you.
Okay, again, my name is Robert Fisher. I am the, we have
Does NAVFAC Southeast contract out both cultural and natural resources support services to small business firms under NAICS Code 541620 environmental consulting?
It's a two-parter for both of us. We do, okay, but it's, you have to determine what the consultant is. We certainly have cultural resources, ETSs. So everything that you heard described and then what you saw on there, yes, we most certainly contract out for that.
And that would be the same too with the natural resources. We have both a natural resource and a cultural resource ETS.
I'm sorry, I said cultural, it's natural.
Nope, one more.
Are base increments, INR MPs, and ICREMs updated on a yearly basis, done in-house or contracted out to small business firms?
In general, most of our ICREMs are done in-house. Over.
Okay, so back to the environmental restoration. My name is Robert Fisher. I'm the branch head for that branch. What we do is the life cycle management cleanup of former hazardous waste sites or locations where hazardous chemicals had leaked or been used in the environment. So it's everything from studies at the beginning through cleanup operations, remedial actions, and at the end, monitoring the site to ensure that is compliant with what our intended uses are. And so some of these sites that we work with have life cycles of upwards of 15 to 20 years, and a few actually are permanent sites that we would work with and manage. So the contractors we work with range from the very largest contractors to the small 8As and small business set-asides. A lot of that is based on the type of work that we do, whether it's a smaller piece of the overall larger puzzle, or it's a longer term piece that we look at for one of our smaller contractors to support us on for virtually forever on some of our sites. So I wanted to take a little time today to talk about where the program challenges are for us and what opportunities those lead to, and primarily the PFAS compounds, the perfluoroalkyl substances. And for us, most of those are related to the use of AFFF, the firefighting foams that we use in the Southeast. The unique situation in the Southeast is that we do most of the training for the Navy, and particularly the Navy aviators. So we have a lot of outlying fields and air stations where AFFF was used extensively for both responses to crashes and for training. So PFAS compounds are found at many of our installations. The primary concern with these PFAS compounds are the fact that they get in the environment and they are very mobile in the environment, and particularly into the groundwater. And as we've noted on that third bullet there, the concern gets to drinking water, particularly because we are often tasked first and foremost with reducing risk and protecting health in the environment. So PFAS is, and we can talk about this in a minute, an emerging contaminant. It does not have a regulatory standard established by the EPA. However, the EPA has established a lifetime health advisory. And as we noted there on the fourth bullet, it's 70 parts per trillion. This is a very low action level. And sampling for something at such a low concentration does pose some challenges. One of the other challenges posed by this chemical is that it is ubiquitous. It is found almost everywhere in the environment and in a lot of the products we use every day. So for a chemical that is very rare, it's fairly easy to sample for it and not get cross-contamination. But with PFAS compounds, we find some of those chemicals are in such everyday use that we have to almost isolate ourselves from the world we're in to create a clean environment to collect that sample. And working with that chemical literally means having a new rental car would be something that would cross-contaminate our samples. So we go to great lengths to isolate and collect samples in the way that is best for preventing that type of problem. We're still waiting for that hazardous substance designation by the EPA. However, the Navy and other DoD components are definitely leaning forward and getting ahead of this in terms of the studies we're doing. As I mentioned, we have a high number of air operations and training. So these chemicals are seen at many of our facilities, and the Navy already has us starting the studies that will feed into the types of documents we'll need when the EPA does finally issue the requirements of that as a hazardous substance. So what we're looking at are a lot of actions taking place right now in the field, a lot of studies, a lot of sampling. That's going to continue for over the next 10 years. The environmental liability we see is going to be very significant for this compound. It's gone from almost nothing in 5 years to nearly 30% of our program right now. So we're seeing $5 to $10 million a year in expenditures just for this one chemical. So the opportunities, I'd like to highlight 3 of them. As I mentioned, sampling for this chemical, analyzing for it, and working with it requires a specialty skill. We would obviously highlight a mentor protege program with our large contractors. They do that work. They seek out those relationships. Working with one of those firms that has one of the larger contracts and working with them in the field would build that corporate knowledge and build that corporate experience. So we do highly recommend that, and we do like to see that relationship get built that way. As Andy mentioned, we have the NAVFAC Southeast EMAC contract. We're expecting to issue that in the third quarter. That is going to be for Southeast, we will see a lot of our future PFAS work be funneled through that contract. And finally, contractors offering specialized sampling skills, techniques, or analyses. These, anytime you're dealing with an emerging contaminant, and emerging compounds like this, we're going to be looking for the cutting edge and the new technologies that are going to be coming out. Right now, the specialized need is in filtering and removing PFAS compounds from drinking water or water in general. I know there's a lot of work from our contractors in this area. So work that's pushing the technology and pushing that field forward is going to be something we will continuously be looking for, certainly over the next 5 years, and I'm sure well beyond that. The other skill sets we'll be looking for is being able to be a competent and contractor in handling our long-term monitoring for this chemical. Oftentimes PFAS is discussed as a forever chemical, and it's certainly, true in the sense that it will be in our environment for a very long time. So these long-term monitoring actions will be taking place well into the future, certainly out past 5 years. And finally, operation maintenance of these PFAS remediation systems. Right now, we have very limited options in what we can do with PFAS contamination, particularly in groundwater. Filtration media is really limited to a couple options right now. And as our contractors and others in the science and technical fields that are pushing that boundary, we will be looking for those advances. So whether they're developing some new technologies or they're going to be operating some of our remediation systems, that is something that is going to be in high demand for us over the next 5 to 10 years. Finally, here are some pictures. I have a couple of pictures of what the firefighting foam looked like when it was deployed. So in the bottom left and in the bottom center. Okay, got it. Okay, so you see AFFF being deployed. It is not purely PFAS compounds, but it does contain PFAS compounds. And it was highly effective in suppressing fire. And that is why it was obviously used for so long and is so critical for sustaining that effort. To the bottom right, you see a technician working on a site where they're actually collecting some samples from groundwater for PFAS. The thing I would note is some of the common chemicals that we would normally be using for well construction, things that might be bentonite related or other Teflon tapes that were used in the past, those would cause cross-contamination. And you can see an example we have here in the bottom right. This is a stainless steel well. The equipment is clean and isolated, and the technician is wearing a special garment that is not washed with regular detergents that in some cases may contain some of those chemicals. And like I mentioned, at a low part per trillion, it takes very little to cross-contaminate. And again, finally above in the upper right, you see a technician collecting samples from a tap. This is something that we have been doing on an emergency response basis, both on and off our facilities to ensure that the PFAS that may have been used as part of AFFF is not getting into drinking water supplies. So again, that should all together point and paint a picture of just how much work is coming related to this chemical and compounds, PFAS compounds. So this area is going to be a growing area for us over the next 5 years. And then as phases move into the remediation, it's easily going to last into the 10-year time frame. So that concludes our prepared presentation for the EV panel. We do have some general questions that we get asked a lot at public meetings and other areas where we get out into the public. And if any others don't come in, I'm going to go ahead and field a few of those for the panel. The first question is, how can subcontractors best position themselves for future contract awards? And I'll go ahead and start with that. A couple of things I highlighted were working with experienced contractors, either in a mentor protege or other arrangements where you might be working on technology advancements in the PFAS field. And some others would be to, establish those relationships with the contractors that are needing to subcontract further that work. So those two are ones we see, and I'll pass it down the line here to Andy to.
Okay, thanks. So one thing to know, and I like to brag about it a little bit. The programs that are discussed by NAVFAC Southeast, and even this very intricate PFAS and 70 parts per trillion, it sounds very complicated and sophisticated. Every single contract that NAVFAC Southeast awards is small business and 8A. Of those 30 contracts that you'll be able to see when you look in our inventory, there are 2 of them that are large business. The remedial action contract, which is executed by land and is cost, and the comprehensive long-term environmental action Navy, which is the clean, which is the big AE, which is done by land and is cost. There is another multimedia AE that we have access to, but every single contract that NAVFAC Southeast awards is a small business or an 8A. So programmatically, we have gone out of our way. NAVFAC, as an enterprise, 2003, 2004, initiated a fixed price and small business. So we have grown to here. The ETS is the 8A tool, IDIQ, that you've traditionally seen as an 8A IDIQ that the field offices. So that's something that the Corps does. So on the topic of, if you're a subcontractor, how to position yourselves for, is it the prime contractor or is it, more subcontracting opportunities? Well, what's described is definitely mentor, proteges, incentives, and working with larger business. I will tell you, if you had not been a subcontractor, you would not get an ETS. You had to have gained that past performance, that capability, that orientation, not only just to our AOR, but to all of our EPAs and state and local legislative requirement. It's a familiarity. And this program isn't just for now, it is going to go. These environmental programs last for decades. So there will be business opportunities. So always, what you heard was, work with somebody else until you get there. Well, that's it, because you're not going to come in with no past performance. So, however, there are plenty of subcontractors who make more money and don't get the headache as the sub. They're not the prime. Yeah. Okay, so there are. So it just what we would like you to know from this panel is, well, doing good work as a sub is always the best way to get yourself an opportunity. That's how you become known and aware. And when you see the 8A opportunities, because the source of SOT goes out, says, here's, we're done our market research. You want to be able to, posture yourself that I have experience and this is where I gained it. Other than that, it's pretty generic.
I'll just step in again and echo what both Andy and Bob said is, some of our stuff, especially in natural and cultural resources, is very site-specific, AOR-specific. But if you can provide a service to the prime, such as planting trees or fire breaks, things that the prime themselves might not have access to those equipment, or you have a certain type of biologist that is experienced in bats or other rare, threatened, and endangered species, those are very beneficial to us and will better position you for future contract awards.
One more question is what are some of the common mistakes that you see in ETS and AE proposals?
Bob will let me take, this is really important to us. And so I've gone out of my way. So, forgive me, I'm going to read some very specific comments. It's important to us. It's really important to use to you folks as contractors in the AE. Now the ETS, we'll carve that out. Respond accordingly to what the project is requesting. That the ETS, if you're talking about task order level, or you imagine getting the ETS, if you are picked for an ETS, we've already vetted you up, down, left, and right, your capabilities, your pricing, and your past performance and experience. But I want to take the time to read these so I don't skip any regards to common mistakes in AE. And it's basically overall QC of the AE proposal before it's submitted. Look at your document, go over it, maybe even a third person who wasn't involved in putting together the 330. And that's, I know it sounds like common sense, but believe me, these are common mistakes. It's the QC. The SF33 data fields not completed in their entirety and do not provide all the information requested, specific role of the team member is not provided, what the team member did on the representative project. An AE fee is discussed in lieu of the project cost for an individual project. Project size or project cost is not provided. The resumes, key personnel resume not provided. Yikes. Team members not meeting the professional licensing requirements. Key personnel ability to meet security clearance requirements not provided. Team resumes do not demonstrate the project-specific experience required. Team member experience not provided on a relevant project. Experience in it or demonstration of understanding of the government procurement process comes up. Minimum number of relevant projects and period of performance requirement not met. Quality control program, the process is not adequately explained. In a relationship between team components not conveyed. Program management and capacity. Present workload and future availability of key personnel not provided. Firm's ability to sustain the loss of key personnel and ensure continuity of services. Not explained. Ability to meet surges in workload, not explained. And then there's the firm location, knowledge of primary geographic location, not provided. And sometimes there's commitment to small business in the requirement. Now, what happens is the synopsis went out for the AE, and it's all inclusive. Here's all the requirements. This has general instructions. This says how to propose, what to propose. Here are the criteria, and here what you'll be evaluated against. Your competitors are not going to miss everything. If you miss one thing, everything is important, even though, of course, the top criteria are going to say these are the most important and they're equal to each other. Qualifications of key personnel, specific projects, past performance, everything else, the next criteria are in descending order. However, in the world of 30,000+ architect engineering firms who may or may not compete for this, and they won't, but they're out there. Common mistakes are not following the very specific instructions on what to provide. And it's that easy. So another common mistake is we see people over and over again. And I also noticed that they didn't win or weren't selected, but they also didn't request debriefings. I would absolutely, I think NAVFAC Southeast does a good job in debriefing. So you want to be doing that too. So it's not always the instant thing. And if you were the sub, I would be pushing this is an architect engineering, to get the debriefing, collect the information that you have. Question?
Can you offer some perspective on how NEPA streamlining efforts are going, changing workload or lessons learned?
Well, NEPA streamlining certainly has made life more easy for us as far as our analyzing our environmental impacts. And how that pertains, we would be doing that in-house first contract. So I would think if you're looking for, are we doing less environmental assessments or environmental impact statements for large scale projects? I would say that probably hasn't changed. That number is going to probably stay about the same, but for the smaller, more routine things, they can be, we have a lot more availability to do categorical exclusions and not go all the way to environmental assessments.
I have one more question. And Robbie, this one was be for you. What opportunities to support environmental compliance media requirements are available? It's the last one.
I mean, I think moving forward for natural resource, cultural resources support, it's going to be depending on the administrations. I think the bigger issue is going to be what sort of rare, threatened, and endangered species are popping out via NOAA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife that we need to adapt to and make sure that we're not impacting their habitats. And as part of that, we will have environmental analysis, and those sort of environmental analysis might be taken care of in-house via categorical exclusion, or we might need to do further surveys or habitat analysis, and that has potential for contractor support. And I would probably say in the Southeast, I really think with executive orders on invasive species, we're overwhelmed with things like Chinese tallow, Chinese privet, all sorts of invasive exotic plants, Brazilian pepper, Australian pine. And those things are going to impact the warfighter and how we train, and we need to improve our training environments. And I think there'll be potential for those sort of remediation actions moving forward.
Thank you. Now I'll field this one. Is PFAS sampling and analysis like any other chemical, or are there specialized requirements? This will give you a chance to expand on the answer or the comments I'd made about them. Yes, they certainly have specialized requirements, and specifically for contractors, being involved in the development of sampling analysis plans and quality assurance plans is the best way to see into what that world looks like and to gain that specialized experience. We judge a sampling analysis effort first and foremost by the plans that are developed. So being able to work with and on those types of documents will demonstrate that knowledge and demonstrate the capability to collect, analyze, and produce those results. And I would say one of the most important things about it is oftentimes our PFAS samples are somebody's drinking water. We don't get a chance to say oops on people's drinking water. So when we report a result and you have to go to either somebody's house or you're knocking on somebody's door to give them that result, the seriousness and the requirements that we put our contractors through to do that effort for us are very, very stringent. And we haven't had to go back and do that yet. And we never want to have to go back to a family and say, oops, we missed something because the analysis was bad, the setup was bad, or something else like that. So I think that conveys the seriousness of the sampling and what we do to look at that, and highlights getting that specialized experience is really critical. And I think we have time for one more. Any more fielding from there? Okay. Can you provide NAVFAC's outlook for small and large business workload for the next 5 years? I'll go ahead and just start from my perspective for the environmental restoration. As Andy mentioned, our local contracts are for small business. And the workload for us is going to be, projections wise, are really steady. We do issue a number of these ETS contracts every year. We are planning is to continue to work with that. We also have the EMAC contract, but from the overall workload, which is I think the point of this question is, we're looking at stable funding, stable requirements. And so our financial execution will be remarkably stable probably for the next 5 years.
So we POM for our, we plan 5 years out to anticipate what the challenges might be for natural, cultural, and then to some degree, the NEPA branch. And moving forward, I think that if anything, cultural resources might be shrinking slightly, but the NEPA and the natural should be about the same baseline. And we tend to use the environmental technical services contracts, ETS, for both the cultural and natural. And we also do cooperative agreements and some grants. So I would say we anticipate that those amount of grants and then also our task orders should stay about the same for the next 5 years or so.
And Andy, you had anything to add to that?
Sure. And so with that question, large or outlook. So, or if you meant large business, small business. Okay. Again, our program that we award here is 100% small business, and that in the socioeconomic is 8A. And that doesn't knock out HUB Zone Service Disabled, but we run our entire program which is if you've heard, is going to be constant. And we constantly have capacity in our ETSs. And you'll see when you get the contractor inventory, who they are, what type of service they're providing. When you get to, mid-year of FY21, we've already, this is why I said earlier on, we know who we're going to be contracting with and who we're going to go. And that's another 10 tools. That's 45, that's $45 million worth of capacity. It's almost unbound capacity when you get into a contingency situation or a crash or a large spill. That's environmental. The cooperative agreements, and there could be grants, but they're rare. That's a smaller piece for us. Plus, there is environmental work actually, which gets done in the field and actually gets done underneath service boss type contract annexes. But we're constant. So if we're building and utilizing 30 tools, we're going to use 30 tools into the future. And you'll be able to see who our contract partners are now.
Okay. And I think that, do we have questions coming in from the outside? Well, that wraps up our session. Thank you everyone for tuning in and paying attention and asking some good questions.
Hey, good afternoon. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Architect Engineer panel of NAVFAC Southeast Industry Day. The main intent of our panel is for you to ask us questions for us to respond to. But first, I'd like to give you a short informational introduction so that you can understand who we are and the products and services that we provide at NAVFAC Southeast. First, I'd like to introduce the panel. First, I've got Andrew Mann directly beside me. He's a contracting division director. Lori Menz is next to him. She's our acquisition readiness director in design and construction business line. Kyle Acton, he's our AE and contingency engineering contracting officer. And then myself, my name is Philip Dixon. I'm the engineering and design director. So Andy and Kyle, as I mentioned, are both contracting officers responsible for executing and managing our AE contracts. We're just specifically going to talk about AE contracts today. Lori and myself, we're in the design and construction business line. And we actually provide information into the statements of work for the contracts, technical review of AE proposals, and then we oversee the design as we're going through the design process. The last few years, the design and construction business line, we designed between $900 million and $1 billion of construction. That's the construction value of the projects. That's horizontal and vertical construction. Of which about 50 to 70% of that we awarded to as task orders to AE contracts. So there's quite a bit of work that we have available, at least in the past few years, and the projection going forward is to have the same thing in the next few years. Our current list of AE IDIQ contracts, is listed there on the screen. Those are 9 contracts. That's design and construction business line. The next slide is 2 more. That's for the asset management business line. As I back up here to these, all the contracts on that listed on that contract, except for the Moffitt and Nickel, Burns and McDonnell, are general construction engineering design contracts. What I mean by that is they can do the full range of design that we require. The Moffitt and Nickel, Burns and McDonnell contract is actually a waterfront specific. So that is a specialty contract. So with that information, we'd like to entertain any questions that you may have. So while I'm waiting, go ahead and type your questions into the chat. While I'm waiting for that, I've got a couple prepared that we'll ask, and I'll get the panel to answer that while we're waiting for your questions. So the first question I have here is, how can a smaller AE firm best position themselves for government contracts or future government contracts? So what I like to tell is smaller companies, or any company really, is the easiest way to do business with the Navy, with NAVFAC, is to contact these AE firms that already have IDIQ contracts and try and get on their as part of their teams. That's one of the easiest ways to do that. The other way is to partner with a larger firm, or to develop a conglomerate of firms that will actually meet the requirements. So I'm gonna push down to Andy or Kyle or Lori and ask if they got anything they'd like to add.
Okay, once again, hi, I'm Andy Mann. I'm one of the contracting division directors. Programmatically, if you look at the screen and the contracts, you will see a mix of large business and small business. So what Philip was talking about is, entree when you have no experience, obviously, working with a firm who does do contracting. Now, we do market research, but we're not your marketing reps. So you have to engage these people on your own. And then, of course, to better position yourself would be one, to be aware when we're forecasting, we're out in beta.gov and we're issuing source of SOTs, looking for firms and interest, looking for capabilities. And then, of course, responding to those and responding to a synopsis for submission of 330. So if you don't, if you're not aware of us and you're not watching and you're not getting in the game and competing with us, you will not get in unless you go the subcontracting route. Now, there's nothing wrong with subcontracting route. Lots of subcontractors make a lot, do a lot of business and not as the prime. One thing that for people that AE firms, and specifically if you haven't done business, is know the rules. Know specifically Selection of Architect Engineering Act, Architect and Engineers Act, used to be the Brooks Act. Now, and also to be aware of all the legislation and acts and United States codes and Code of Federal Regulations and the Federal Acquisition Regulations and the Defense Federal Acquisition Regulations and the procedures and guidance and instructions and the Navy Marine Corps guidance down into our own contracting and business line operations. So as you gain awareness of that, you will better position yourself and attempting to engage us is not a bad thing. Not everybody's successful. We have the luxury of picking 9 people, and believe me, we get scores and scores and scores of applicants. But you have to engage the system either via a sub or come in as a prime and be responsive to our announcements. And then as a caveat to that, subs, when you're on a team and you're not successful, and then your primes will hate me for it, get that debriefing when you did compete. Learn what it is. And I think we do a pretty good job with that.
Anything else? I believe we got a couple of questions.
We do. The first one is, can you share why contract number N6450, Tech 17, Tech D, Tech 0010, titled Professional Planning and Engineering Services Asset Management, has experienced such limited funding over the POP, performance in relationship to the capacity? Is it COVID related or other factors?
No. Go ahead, Kyle. Mark, could you repeat that, please?
Yes, they're just asking why this contract, Professional Planning and Engineering Services, has experienced limited funding over the period of performance in relationship to the capacity. And the thought was, is it COVID related or other factors?
So I would imagine, some of the limited use of the contract capacity for that contract could be COVID related over the last year. A $30 million capacity for that contract. I would say just limited requirements. We project into the future when we put our IDIQ contracts in place. Sometimes the requirements don't come to fruition and the budget doesn't play out like maybe we thought it was going to.
Okay, the next question is, do 8A design firms have to have a bona fide office in the region to qualify for procurement opportunities?
That's an easy answer, no. They do not have to have a local office. Geography is not one of our sub-factors. Of course, it's always good to have a local presence and to understand the local rules. Do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think, and I'll let Andy or Kyle answer this one specifically, but I believe it's only if we have a 8A, if it's an 8A contract. Is that correct?
All depends, obviously. So I need a little more information on that question. Are you talking about, I mean, this is the AE panel. Are you talking about an AE IDIQ?
Yeah, the question just says, do 8A design firms have to have a bona fide office in the region to qualify for procurement opportunities?
Well, the answer is no. Again, our architect engineering firms, because of the realities of the world, are spread out across the country and the world. And that's where their subcontractors are. If you're asking, if this is an 8A set aside, right? Well, a product we don't pursue. Okay, a product we could pursue. However, in that particular case, this is into the weeds now on rules on what the SBA will do for you and won't do for you. But the simple question is no, you don't have to be, because architect engineering firms are comprised of subcontractors everywhere. We haven't run a very specific 8A, localized, very small. We would be doing things underneath SAP. I will tell you that we haven't gone to that set aside because we have a spectrum oriented every possible scenario, and we divvy up our projects between large businesses and small. We can take another look at that, but put that in as a specific question. Make sure it's earmarked for architect engineering and then local. Our tools span many bases at one time. So not a tool we put out, but a tool that could be put out.
Okay, and then the next question is, can you provide any updated status on selection of a contractor for geographic information systems and professional surveying and mapping services for various project types at DoD and non-DoD activities? And they give a contract number of N69450 TAC 20 TAC R TAC 0128.
Yes, I can provide the status on that one. We recently received SF330s, which are currently under evaluation at this time. No further information to provide since that's an active solicitation.
Okay, and the next question is N69450 TAC 16 TAC D TAC 0100 going to be recompeted, and what is the timetable? Same with the 2017 contracts.
Can you read that contract number again?
You got the first part, N69450-16-Delta-0100.
So I believe you're asking when are we going to compete those again?
Exactly.
I would, right now, our plan is sometime next calendar year.
Okay. That's all the questions I've got right now.
Okay. What's that?
Yeah, this is Andy Mann again. All right, so Philip is absolutely correct. We are always refreshing and recapacitating our AEs. So it's not that those two instruments are being replaced. If you look on the screen, you will see the FY21s in a combination of how we used to have tools and how we used to be oriented. For those who are in the know, in IPT, smalls and large. We've actually replaced, so it's never really one instrument unless it would be a specialty. These are general constructors, is what Philip told you. So the first contract you see 16D0100 and the next one is 17D. Actually, it's a combination. And the three small businesses that you saw were all $30 million IDIQ instruments plus the 245s. So it's not a specific, this one is being it's the requirement, and it's the tool capacity that we replace. So if it was by date, chronologically, the 330s, the three new 30s, and the 245s replace those two instruments. But what Philip described, and I don't think I'm wrong, is we're going to keep building capacity, and then our cycle time for putting new tools together so we can do that $900 to $1 billion worth of construction work. We will, but they're not. I didn't want someone to think that it's a specific contract that we're doing. It's a program that we're doing. When we so we will always be building capacity in combination of small businesses and large business.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that, Andy. So just so you understand, we don't just renew contracts. So every year, at least 3 or 4 times a year, we look at our future workload capacity. And then we look at our total capacity of all our AE contracts. And so each year, we will determine whether we're going to replace contracts or not. So we're in the process of doing that now. We do anticipate soliciting at least one next calendar year. We won't necessarily do 2. We're just not really sure yet. But we'll evaluate that later on this year and determine the capacity that's required. Okay, we have a couple more. Go ahead and keep sending those questions. We'll answer them as they come in, but we've got a couple here. So what are some common mistakes that you see in AE proposals? So I'm going to ask Lori to jump in there, and I've actually got a couple of them here that once Lori finishes, I'll add those in.
The number one mistake is not to comply with the solicitation. When we do our evaluations, we are looking at what you submit and what we asked for and what you gave us. And if we ask for something and you don't put it in your SF 330, then that's not good. So the number one mistake is not giving us what we asked for and not giving us the depth of information and putting your best foot forward to promote your firm. Because we are looking for quality firms to do quality work to support our mission. Want to add to that, Phil?
Kyle, you want to add anything?
No, I think Lori's exactly right. We're very specific with our requirements that we put in our solicitations, and we're very literal with how we evaluate. So you're right. If we ask for a specific demonstrated capability, you need to make sure that you demonstrate that you have that capability, and reread through your SF 330 before you submit it to us for evaluation. Very precise, and we're very literal with how we evaluate. So you want to make sure that you check all the boxes.
Thanks. The main thing you got to understand is we can't give partial credit. So when we ask for something, just make sure that each blank is filled in, everything that we ask for is responded to. A couple of specific things that our AE group gave me was the SF 330, the data field is not completed in their entirety. So just like Lori was saying, just make sure that you respond to all the questions that were asked. Key personnel resumes are not provided. Those are real important, especially if you're trying to get them get a contract. You want to make sure that if you're listed as a key personnel, that they actually have a resume in there. Team members not meeting professional licensing requirements. We're real specific about that. Team members experience provided for non-relevant projects. So make sure that if you're putting team members in there, they're actually working on your relevant projects. Minimum number of relevant projects and period of performance requirements not met. Like I said, if we ask for 5 relevant projects, we need 5 projects. Knowledge of primary geographic area not provided. That's one of our top selection factors. So make sure that you have that on there. Any other questions, Mark? Okay, we'll just keep moving on down the list. So why doesn't NAVFAC Southeast do specialty A&E contracts instead of just general construction contracts? And we're talking about general IDIQ contracts. That is a question we get fairly often. The answer is we do specialty contracts. We have a waterfront contract, but we have to have the actual workload to justify any contract that we put in place. So NAVFAC Southeast area, waterfront, we have a lot of waterfront work. We do have a lot of airfields in the Southeast, but Southeast is really unique. We have a very strong airfield group in-house. So we don't really see the need to have a separate contract. All of our other IDIQs can do that specific work. And our higher headquarters, NAVFAC Atlantic, up in Norfolk, they actually do put quite a few specialty contracts in place there, and we will use those contracts as needed. So if you have a specialty, I would recommend that you do either hook up with one of these AE IDIQs that we have, because they're always looking for specialty areas in specific areas. And then keep an eye out for some of our other FACs where they may be putting out your specific specialty. Anybody else? Anything to add to that?
I would just add that we appreciate the fact that it takes a significant effort to issue a solicitation, for you to respond to a solicitation, and for us to evaluate an award. And so we're really careful that we are going to be able to utilize that contract, as Philip said, that our program will support what we're asking you to provide.
Okay, I believe we got a question.
We do. Question is, do you have a process to select a firm from your pool of AE IDIQs for each new requirement?
So our main goal is to spread the work among all of our AEs. Some of our AEs are strong in specific areas. And when we award the contract, we always ask them at the beginning, is there an area that you think your firm is strongest in? And if there is one, then we might push the work out to that specific firm. We work really well with our AEs. We talk to them on a regular basis. Sometimes we overload them with that and with their other work. And so then we'll work with another AE. But some AEs, we have some unique requirements to some of our bases, like Guantanamo Bay. So we tend to give work down there to one or two AEs. But for I guess to answer the question is we really try to spread the work out among all of our AEs. Anything else? And if we don't answer your question completely, you can just send a follow-up and we'll follow up with that. So does NAVFAC do standalone AE contracts in lieu of IDIQs? Where you take Kyle?
From the design and construction side, we do that for large projects that don't fit well with our IDIQs. So we have done standalone contracts. Again, it is a significant effort on your part and our part to do a standalone AE. So our first choice is to go with our IDIQs. I'll pass it over to Kyle.
Right. I think our business model is set up to have various IDIQ contracts set up so we can react quickly when we have a requirement. And like Lori indicated, sometimes a requirement is too large that it would eat up all the available contract capacity on that contract. So it wouldn't make sense. But I would say in my time at NAVFAC, it's very rare that we would actually do a standalone contract, just because one, we don't have that many design efforts that are that large. Two, we typically have sufficient IDIQ capacity to support all of our designs. And three, just because it takes so long, we recognize that it takes us a while to award a contract for A&E design services. And quite frankly, a lot of times when we have a large requirement, we don't have enough sufficient time to solicit, evaluate, and make award. So we tend to rely heavily on our IDIQ contracts instead.
Yes, Andy Van, again, there's another aspect to this, why we're not doing them. We absolutely can do standalone. However, our preference, and you've heard it throughout the day, is relationship and partnership and awareness and continuity with the mission. So we absolutely positively find value in having a long-term multitask order configuration with an AE. Gives them opportunity to know more about us. We're using them as our actual technical partner and figuring out the individual installations requirements. So can we do standalones? We most certainly can. Those become one-offs. When we're in the world of, and it's one-off, obviously, when you have IDIQ, you have a multi-project, multi-year, multi-financial perspective relationship with that firm, and we find some economies there. And we absolutely appreciate the partnership. Sometimes one-offs go back, and well, what the heck, it's a one-off, believe me. The engagement, it's more than a fraternity. It becomes the real business partners working on real technical solutions. So there's a reason why, but can we? Yes. Why we don't? And you'll find that across NAVFAC everywhere. And Army Corps of Engineers too. That it's IDIQ and not standalones.
Just remind everybody, if you have a question, don't hesitate to type it in and we'll be glad to answer for you. So I think Kyle kind of answered this next question. We get this a lot. The question is, why does it take NAVFAC Southeast so long to award engineer architect contracts? And I'll let Kyle jump in on that. The one thing I would just say is we want to get the best contractor that we can for the project that we're working on. So I'll let Kyle jump in and explain a little bit more.
Yeah, that's right, Philip. So we're looking for the most qualified A&E contractors really in the world to support our requirements. And quite frankly, the competitive pool on each of our solicitations is so tight. A lot of times it's like splitting hairs. And like I mentioned before, we're very literal with how we evaluate. We're very precise. If you've ever submitted an SF-330 on one of our solicitations, you know that we ask for a lot of information. And if we ask for that piece of information, we've got multiple people going through your SF-330, making sure that you provided that information. If we ask for it, we read it. And so the 330s are quite large in size. And so to pull a group of people together to evaluate all those 330s, to go through the interview process, through the slate selection process, to finally make a selectee. But even after we make the selection, we have to negotiate labor rates and overhead rates and seed projects. So unless you're the selectee for that contract, you don't see the additional 3 or 4 or 5 months that goes along with actually making a contract award. So a lot of times, once we get to that point, you kind of hear radio silence, but that doesn't mean that we're not still working towards actively awarding that contract. That's my short answer. Andy, do you have anything to add?
No, I think you're right. And what is important for contractors to know, I think, is that we're really taking all the time to consider their proposals. And that's what you meant. There's 100 elements across 8 factors, well, maybe not volume of work, and it is considered to a T, because the luxury we have is there's all kinds of good AE firms that want to come be our business partner. So what Kyle described to you is that it's tight because lots of people have done lots of good work. Right now, okay, and they're trying to figure out how to be the general contractor and even specialty items embedded in there, and it's got the spectrum of every other business line too. So it's not just them. You want to be our business partner. You have to be do everything, and we have to take the time. And specifically, the Slate Select engineering community has to take the time to find out, where's their delta. What is the thing that separates this firm to be the selectee? And it takes time.
I believe we got a couple of questions.
We do. The first one is, are there any emerging EUL or other transactional authority type efforts emerging in the Southeast AOR? EUL, Echo Uniform Lima.
Could I get whoever asked that question to expound on that a little bit more? We'll jump on
the next question is, how robust will funding be between now and the end of the FY? Has the new administration had an impact?
Could you repeat the beginning of that question again, Mark?
How robust will funding be between now and the end of the FY? has the new administration had an impact?
For this fiscal year, all the projects that that's a really tough question to answer because a lot of our funding, we get what we call promises to pay. And we go out and when we get ready to award the contract, then we request funds. So like I said, it's kind of a tough question to answer just because of the way our funding flows. I would say most of the projects that we have on our list right now for this fiscal year, there's a good chance that we're probably going to fund them all. But NAVFAC isn't the one who handles the funds. Our customers are the ones that handle the funds, and they're the ones that we had to request funds from. They give us a list as far as the AE designs, and that's really what we're focused on today. Normally for an AE, we start awarding those at the beginning of the fiscal year, because especially if we're going to award the construction by the end of the fiscal year, we got to get the project designed. But I would say for most of the AE contracts for this fiscal year, we've already awarded everything. We're working on it right now, so that would mean we already have funds for it.
Okay, we got the explanation of EUL. It's an enhanced use lease. So are there any emerging enhanced use leases or other transactional authority type efforts emerging in the Southeast AOR?
Before we answer that, let me make sure nobody has anything else on the last question about funding. Yeah, that's like I said, the funding is a tough question to answer because, like I said, we're not in control of the funds until they get to us. So all our customers are responsible for that. But Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's good. I would have cautioned Philip if he was going to start making comments relative to what Congress, Big Navy, or or the commander of Navy region was going to say. No, if you're interested, if there's a curiosity to, are we open for business and are we busy? Oh yeah, we are. Right. And this is what Philip's talking about. So for robustness, yeah, we're exhausted, but we're continuing to work. So all the things that we're working into 20, right, over to 21, 22, right? And then all AE isn't always with us, right? We have design build, right? We have Mac tools we're doing in-house, right? Well, believe it. So if the word robust meant, are we active? But we're not going to make a confidence factor on future money, what would be a 25 or 24, even a 23 project.
Okay, so back to the one question, are there any emerging enhanced use leases or other transactional authority type efforts emerging in the Southeast AOR?
So enhanced use leases, that's asset management, especially, it's not really our specialty. Unless one of you guys know, I would just ask if we could get your name and phone number and email address, and I'll get the specific person to get back with you on that one.
Okay, we've got the name. And then the next question is, how active has NAVFAC been utilizing the fire protection MAC for Southeast? Can we see this going the full contract term and not re-advertised early?
So the fire protection MAC is probably one of our most used MACs. It allows us to award our fire protection projects a lot easier than we have in the past. Mark, can you repeat that question again, please? I want to make sure I understand exactly what they're asking.
Yes, it just said, how active has NAVFAC been utilizing the fire protection MAC for Southeast? Could we see this going the full contract term and not re-advertised early?
Oh, that's what they're saying. Yeah, I'm not real sure off the top of my head for the capacity of what that MAC is right now. I know in the past, we usually have gone the full term on that, but Laura, you know anything about that one?
I would just say that, in our, as you alluded to before, in our annual plan where we look at contract capacities, we look at our AE, which is what this is focused on. We also look at our MAC tools. So if we're burning it quicker than the time allotted, we will go out early with the next solicitation. And it's an annual update that we give every year for MAC capacity and replacement of the tools.
Okay, got another question. Considering the effort on both the NAVFAC staff and the AE firms, do you foresee a time when you could award several single award IDIQ contracts from a single solicitation or batch of SF-330s?
Yeah, hey, Andy Mann again. Well, as a matter of fact, that's what we do. That's our practice, right? That if I heard the question correctly, did we see one more time, but I'm pretty sure I have the question.
Yep, so considering the effort on both the NAVFAC staff and the AE firms, do you foresee a time when you could award several single award IDIQ contracts from a single solicitation or batch of SF-330s?
Okay, I did hear it correctly. That's exactly what we do. So over the last 20 years, we look to one solicitation, multiple awards. Where do we get our guidance from? And I get this question all the time. Yeah, 52-216. The intent is to award multiple single contracts off of one solicitation. Not only do we anticipate doing it, we do it. And that would be the last tools that you saw there. Those when you looked on if you look on our screen and you see those $330 million, that was 3 contracts off of 3 individual IDIQ contracts off of one solicitation. The 245s, which you don't have the dollar value, but they're on the list, which is, well, that's not important, but we do that. That's exactly what we do. And so we intend to continue that process.
So I'd like to go back to one of the questions we asked earlier, because I want to add something to it. It was the one about AE firms, smaller AEs, I'll say small business AEs, getting work with NAVFAC Southeast. One thing I'd like to mention, and a lot of it, if you've done work with NAVFAC before, you might know this, but if you haven't, just something to stick in your back pocket. But we put out what we call, when we're trying to decide on a set aside for an AE contract, and we do this with all our contracts, but I'm just talking AE today. Especially if we're going to go small business, we'll put out what we call a sources sought, and we're looking to determine if we have all the sources that we need, the AEs, as we're talking about, to award a small business set aside IDIQ. The only reason I want to mention this is because we've had in the past, we were trying to go small business on IDIQ, and we didn't get any responses on our sources sought, ended up going unrestricted. So I just wanted to just put that bug in your ear about if you see those sources sought, the reason you want to answer them is, especially if you're a small business and we're trying to do a small business set aside, is because that's how we determine whether if we have enough contractors to go small business or not. So I just want to make sure that you understand exactly what that's for, because some small businesses don't understand that. Any other thing to add to that? Okay. I got one other question here, and this one's specific to AEs or any contractor that has worked with NAVFAC. Specifically, we usually get a question about CPARs. So I'd like to bring that up, and we'd like to address that. So the question is please explain the CPARs process and how AEs can improve their ratings. So first thing I want first thing I'd like to talk about is if you're not familiar with the work, but this is our performance evaluation process that we go through. So the requirement is for us to give a CPARS at the end of a contract or once a year if the contract is continuing over the year. We give interims out before the contract completion, and when the contract is over, then we give a final rating. The one thing I would tell you is if you do have a contract with NAVFAC and you do get a CPARS and you don't agree with it, please respond and put your response in the CPARS. One thing, it allows us to go back and relook at that to make sure that we fairly evaluated you. We might have missed something. And then like I said, we want to make sure that we're evaluating everybody fairly. So anybody want to add anything to that about CPARS?
This is Lori. I would just like to add that it is a process to document good performance and bad performance. And the CPARS evaluations are what is looked at for the next solicitations. So that database is important. And on our side, we try to be fair in our evaluation of performance. We do need our AE teams to help us keep track of things. We do lots and lots of projects and they last really long time. You know, when you've had something that's been in design for 9 to 12 months and you're managing multiple designs, we sometimes lose track of a design submittal that came in early or the fact that you knocked it out of the park. And we like to give credit for that. So as Philip said, it is an iterative process. We do our evaluation, it goes to you, to the AE. They get to, you get to respond that you concur with what we're saying or you have additional facts. And we go back and go to the next level with the KO and can revise the ratings and change it. But they are documented and they do matter because when we're doing these source selections, we are reading all of these CPARs. That's part of the analysis that we do. And so we encourage you to help us get it right.
And I would say that we give the contractor 60 days to respond. We have had contractors who AEs who wanted to come in and meet with us because they didn't agree with their rating within that 60 days. And we've welcomed that too. So within that 60 days, it's, like I said, I would encourage you to respond back on that CPARS. If your contract's over and you haven't seen one, just please contact whoever your point of contact was within NAVFAC Southeast and ask them about the CPARS rating, because Lori said, if you're applying for a new contract, we do look at the CPARS from past performance, and you want to make sure that you get all of that taken care of at the end of your contract.
A little bit of a tag onto that in the whole CPARS things, which is one element. It is albeit an important element regards to past performance, but here's that partnership thing again. And I'm always surprised by this, and I'll just, that somebody is surprised about what their CPARS rating was after 12 months, and that they weren't communicating with the people on a daily basis, design manager, the construction manager. So this is me personally. Every time I hear one of those, and really, this is the first you had any idea that your management, your quality control, your schedule, even your subcontract was off, really. So what I often suggest to anyone in the AEs is, well, what's the process? Well, you got to win a contract first, right? Oh, here you go. Now you know it's over $35,000. Oh, there's a CPARS coming, so we know that. So then, from initial engagement to the end of the project, what types of communications were you doing? How could you not be engaged at that level so that when we can, and this isn't a lot. Everyone always thinks CPARS is bad. Believe me, we have lots of really good CPARS in our business partners. But when you find that one where it's a contention, I just have to, they better ask themselves what they were doing for the life of that, why they weren't communicating, why they were so surprised at the interim, the annual, or the final. So that is, kind of an anecdote, but uh, for firms, you bet, because we're doing source selection, it's past performance, and that's primary information. Now, there's other information that we have relative to people, and there's positive things as well as letters of concern, but it's an element, but we get this a lot specifically. And if you're doing architect engineering, you're going to be doing a lot of CPARs. It's $35,000, the threshold. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there for what it's worth.
Last minute, last call for any questions? Anybody got anything they'd like to say? So I would say that now's the time, if you guys were here, that we'd be exchanging business cards. So I would tell you that if you have any questions, maybe something came up later, or you just didn't want to ask your question, or you thought of something later, if you get in touch with John Bazylewicz, he's our small business director. And if you'll just send him the question, and we'll be glad to respond to it and to get back to you. But appreciate everybody's attention, and you guys have a great day.
Good afternoon. Luke Guthrie back for design and construction, for the construction and military construction session. Let me introduce the panel. Gary is back with us with contracting, construction contracting. I have with design and construction, Tom Tryon is back. He's the head of our construction division. And then Shay Zana will be kind of leading the panel. And she's our MilCon and resource manager for design and construction. Thank you. Over to you, Shay.
Okay, thank you, Luke. So as Luke said, part of our discussion is about our military construction program. We have a few slides here that kind of highlight our major projects that are upcoming. Our program, both Navy and non-Navy in the Southeast, will remain pretty healthy for the foreseeable future. We have a workload ranging from about 500 million to 700 million each budget year. And typically that's complemented by about 300 to 5. I'm getting closer to my microphone. We have a special project program typically that's between 300 and 500 million that complements that MilCon workload. And in case you couldn't hear me before, I mentioned that our MilCon program, both Navy and non-Navy together, for the next several years ranges between 500 million and 700 million each budget year. So on the screen, like I said, we've highlighted some of our major MilCon projects, and a slide forward will be some of our special projects. The slide that's currently up really shows our near-term projects, mostly in FY21 budget year. So the top items there that are showing green have are actuals for issue dates. So we've met many of those dates already. And this slide was put together about a month ago. So we've actually got some updates even from here. The top 2 facilities, those alert facilities at New Orleans, were awarded in March. The visitor center at Keesler has been awarded right here at the end of March, just a couple days ago. We are in solicitation, source selection process on the Hurricane Maria projects. The entrance road and gate complex at Barksdale is actually one of our seed projects for a MAC that's underway. And we have issued, we could turn those green, on the F-35A simulator facility and squad ops at Fort Worth. So we are tracking along these time schedules that are shown here pretty well. And as you can see, there's a lot of work coming, and we still expect to issue more contracts, issue more RFPs throughout third quarter and fourth quarter of this fiscal year. This next slide shows an outlook into the next several budget years. You can see here that we have we've got a pretty big workload. If everything stays in the budget year in 23, we're going to see a peak for our workload, particularly in the tri-base area. But several of these projects will be entering the design phase. We've just finished up our 1391 in planning for our FY23 Navy McConnell-McNair. So the projects that you're seeing here Many of them, like I said, are kicking off design and are scheduled to be released as the dates that are shown. I'll bring your attention to two projects on this list, P693 and P286. P286 is aircraft maintenance hangar. 693 is electrical distribution at Kings Bay. Both of those projects have been selected for early contractor involvement strategy. So you may actually see those issue dates will come early because that happens with an overlap in the design phase. So we've actually already issued the RFP for 693. It's going on one of our MAC contracts. But P286, the maintenance hangar, is one that you may see perhaps by the end of this summer if we proceed with early contractor involvement and get that design authority. And this last slide here is our special project program. Special project program does not have nearly the lead time that military construction program has. So you're not going to see these projected out into budget year 25, 26, like you might see with a military construction. So these are typically just a year or two out. They get programmed, by the region or some of our other reimbursable customers. Little harder to predict, but you can see the work that we are designing now and have planned to execute the rest of this year and next year, and one there at the bottom for FY23. And again, our special project program is typically in the range of 300 to 500 million per year. And then there's other smaller projects that are executed in the field offices. Unless we have blips in the program, for instance, a hurricane comes through, like our Hurricane Sally program that you heard about earlier, or, for example, our large dry dock project at Kings Bay. I mean, those are unique and unusual circumstances that go above and beyond our regular program. So that is our overview of our MilCon and special projects. And I think we are ready to proceed to questions.
We got one question so far. Was NAVFAC's MilCon program impacted by Section 2808 redirection of funding for U.S. southern border wall construction? If yes, will some of that funding that is being pulled from use on border wall construction be reapplied to MilCon to restore funding to any NAVFAC Southeast MilCon projects?
So yes, we did have several projects that were previously planned for NAVFAC Southeast AOR that were put on hold to border wall funding. We have not had any release from that. For our Navy Macon and McNur, there was, I think, one project that was allowed to proceed that was a non-Navy MilCon. But we have heard rumblings about that and potentially could have those projects turned back on. So we were affected.
Okay, we got another question. When is Marine Corps Logistics Base Albany transitioning from NAVFAC Midland to NAVFAC Southeast?
I'll take that one. So we have already started that transition. What's the terminology? Well, the start date was the beginning of the fiscal year and will be fully capable by the end of the year, with the personnel actions probably coming in June. So you're already seeing actions and Southeast taking over workload, and we'll be fully on board. Albany will be fully on board and part of Southeast by September 30th. Okay, so will we have a couple canned questions? I'll ask Shay just to read one, and we'll go down the list like we did in the last session, and give you all a chance to submit the other questions to the panel.
Okay, so one of the questions that we had available to us was, what is Electronic Construction Management System, ECMS, and how will it be used by both contractors and the Navy? Is there training available for ECMS?
Good afternoon. Tom Tryon again with the construction product line. So ECMS is NAVFAC's web-based construction management system that was put in place to basically provide a collaborative tool for both government, Navy construction managers and contractor partners to be able to have a consolidated location for the submission of documents, as well as a file cabinet to maintain those documents. And basically we'll end up taking over, it has taken over that, communication that oftentimes was done through emails, submitting documents back and forth, and then having to forward them back and forth to either subcontractors or A&Es on the Navy side. So it's now a tool that things can be uploaded. There's responsibilities, roles and responsibilities that are identified early on in the project. Things are expected to swiftly move from one entity to the next with identification being provided through emails back. It does two things. When you get into the system, it'll tell you have things waiting for you, as well as it'll send you an email to let you know you've got something waiting for you. So it was developed through a company called CMIC that has this as a off-the-shelf type product. The only thing that was done is it was basically reversed engineered to allow NAVFAC to be the information owner, basically. So, but it'll be there. They're using it right now for any projects $250,000 and above. And one of the additional enhancements of it is, and we'll maybe get to a question here later, is NAVFAC has also moved to an item called key performance indicators. And a lot of these key performance indicators that they're used to track the health of a project throughout its duration are being pulled automatically from this ECMS system. And in regards to training manuals as well as training videos are available. You can find those on the NAVFAC public portal. You go to the public portal at navfac.navy.mil and you query ECMS. There'll be a page that pops up with that information on it.
Okay, we got 3 more questions came in. Number 1, and now 4 questions. Will the projects listed on the slides be acquired under current contracts and max, or will any be standalone?
I think the answer is it's a mix. There will be some that are on max, and there'll be several of these that are standalone.
Okay, next question. For the FY23 projects that are scheduled to start engineering shortly, is there a means to find out which AE firms have the designs?
Yeah, I'd say if you want to know that, you can submit a question to John and we'll look it up and get back to you. So send it to John, all small business rep, and we'll, any specific question like that on a project basis, we'd have to look it up and see which one we're doing or what our plan is, and be able to get back to you.
So they need to send us specific questions about specific contracts about who the A&E is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Next question. Is there a status on the source selection of the IDIQ MAC for Naval Submarine Base, Kings Bay, Georgia? I've got the contract number if you need it.
Yeah, that particular mini-MAC, this is Gary Murphy, that particular mini-MAC is scheduled for award this year, be prior to September 30th. We're in the final evaluation right now.
Okay, next question. ECMS is spotty and largely is unused. Have you considered using Procore? Many U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Veterans Affairs entities already write into it in solicitations, and it's much easier to use. So it's Procore by ECMS.
Understand. I mean, ECMS, like I said, evolved to allow NAVFAC to do a better, I guess, effort from higher leadership and management to do some key performance indicators at these E-systems, to include ECMS and E-projects and E-contract for us to pull from. It has, because we've done that reverse engineering piece to allow NAVFAC to be the owner, have some problems. When it initially started up, they had a security breach back in 2019, but since it restarted back up in 2020, things are moving along with still some version upgrades that are planned to be happening here in the next month. NAVFAC did look at, obviously this is a system. CMIC also provides similar system to a Procore. So it's in essence just trying to reverse that. So it's NAVFAC as the ownership of the information. we'll continue to monitor that. I don't think there's anything right now in place or even thought of deviating away from ECMS. So certainly for the near future, we'll continue to use that program.
Okay. Tom, you had mentioned the key performance indicators. We want to answer. We have a question that is, what are key performance indicators, KPIs, and how are NAVFAC managers using them to monitor construction progress delivery?
Thank you, Shay. Again, I mentioned that, obviously we talked about ECMS. So KPIs, key performance indicators, are something that evolved from previous industry engagement by NAVFAC headquarters with some of our larger construction partners. They identify the NAVFAC, how they interject themselves early on and throughout the duration of a project based on, monitoring key items of a project to allow them to be able to interject, like I said, engage at a management level to ensure that things aren't getting slowed down and not progressing, then that management on both sides of the, contracting partners as well as Navy partners engage to make sure that things move forward. And again, it was kind of two focus areas, 26 KPIs total that NAVFAC rolled out, 8 of them being part of the project development phase, and then the other 14 focusing on post-award construction phase. And an example of some of the items that they're taking a look at are kind of the number of RFIs that a project may have. There's durations initially at the beginning of a project that it monitors to see how contractors are progressing with the pre-construction submittals, as well as some of those other early on items, schedules, safety plans and stuff of that nature to ensure that the contractor is getting out and moving forward. And then it takes a look at monitoring modifications to just kind of get a feel for how things are, how I guess a gauge of that case for how the design took place and move forward, but then as well take a look at modifications and then using that for other projects down the road as well to govern how we develop our future projects. And then also part of this is additional health surveys that we're tying into the partnering plan that each project has, where both government and contractor entities are providing feedback on each other, and that's reviewed by leadership to ensure that the project is in a healthy state.
I got another question, Shay. What types of heavy equipment are provided as GFP under these type contracts? Upon contract delivery and closeout, how is the contractor equipment / GFP disposed of?
You say GFE?
Yeah, government furnished property. It says what types of heavy equipment are provided as government furnished property under these contracts? And it close out, how's that equipment disposed of?
I don't have any experience with coming across that. Typically, there's not too often that we're providing equipment for contractor to use. We may have government furnished materials, but I'll take back and take a look at that question a little deeper and respond back through John.
Okay, we'll move on to one of the questions that we had prior to the session. Why doesn't NAVFAC Southeast do more standalone contracts instead of multiple award and IDIQ, which kind of, I think, relates back to the question we had online. I'll venture an answer to this and then let my panel members jump in. So really, each project is evaluated itself to determine the best acquisition strategy for it. And of course, there's a lot of things considered in that: the size of the project, the complexity of the project, the availability of our other tools. But I would say, generally speaking, a multiple award contract or an IDIQ helps out the government on timelines more than anything. And that can range from 4 to 6 months, let's say, for a task order versus all the way up to a year or more for a standalone contract. So that can be very burdensome to the government. It uses a lot of resources for us to hold our source selection boards. There's a lot of personnel involved with that, a lot of labor, a lot of time involved in evaluating proposals. And it's worthwhile to us to have a MAC or an IDIQ in place where we have a group of pre-qualified contractors who are familiar with government work that helps reduce a lot of cost and risk to the government when we use MAC contracts and IDIQs. From my perspective, I think that's a plus for MAC contracts and IDIQs and why we put those tools in place. But really, we look at the project and figure out the best strategy for it based on a lot of factors.
And I'll piggyback on that too, Shay. You're correct. I think you pretty much covered it. Short answer is resources and time. Typically, the larger projects that we see that end up on the multiple award construction contracts have a need date that drives the procurement. And many cases, the need date is of such a time frame that the MAC is a most efficient tool. And again, we have we've already determined the capabilities of those contractors. So it's certainly efficient and effective for the government to use a multiple award construction contracts. They are those contracts, and there are also dollar factors and complexity, as Shay had mentioned, that drive our acquisition strategy. And for example, the weapons generation facility at Barksdale, which is scheduled for FY22 procurement solicitation beginning, that will be a standalone just because of the sheer volume, and that is going to be a very specialized requirement. So that, and we've got another one out there that's 150 million that was on this list at Kings Bay, and that will also be most likely standalone because it will be a specific requirement, complexity as well. So that's the long and the short of it.
Okay, we've got another question. How do you see the percentage usage of design build versus design bid build trending in the future for execution of MILCON projects in the NAVFAC Southeast AOR?
I'd say we'd see a slight increase in the design build because we are trying to increase the in-house capabilities of full design. So with that, I think across our whole program, we'll see a slight increase, at least on the in-house side of it. And a lot of our MILCONs, because of the design authorities, happen earlier, typically a year or a year and a half before the execution year. We have more time to do the full design on the MILCON program, unlike some of the special projects or the local projects that we get in the year of execution. They tend to go more design build. So I just to say again, I think our design bid build projects will become more and more on the MILCON side, but the overall average, we still shoot for about a balanced program of 50%, somewhere between 40 and 60%.
Okay, I think we'll jump back down to this question. What is enhanced partnering and how is that different from NAVFAC's previous partnering approaches?
Well, enhanced partnering, again, kind of took in some of the information that NAVFAC has received from industry partners on their, expectations when it comes to a partnering session. So what this has done here, there was an October instruction that was updated by NAVFAC that not only did a general update, but brought in a number of enhancements, we'll call them, or additions to it, to add a little more value and I think a little more depth to the partnering process. To give you some example, those include, detailed, clear responsibilities, roles and responsibilities for NAVFAC personnel during the partnering session, as well as during the design development and the construction phases. It adds a specific session on risk assessment where the the team gets together, client, customer, contractor, the Navy, NAVFAC, and decides and identifies what they feel are risk areas of the project. And then from that point forward, begin to work and develop plans of action in case they run into those identified risks. It identifies upper management stakeholders for NAVFAC, the contractor, client, and the designer of record to be involved at the beginning of each partnering session to kind of give it some strategic guidance to kick things off. And then it also puts a focus on contract completion for the client by identifying what we're now calling, or what is called, a mission need date, which is in essence, it's basically our client who's going to receive the facility, typically in a MILCON environment. It allows them a period of time from the completion of construction to the point that they have to be operational, to allow them to do certain aspects of the program, whether it's bringing in additional equipment, bringing in trainers and stuff of that nature before the program gets started. So it allows them a period of time to identify, or to allow them to get up to speed and have the facility ready. So key to that is obviously, communicating that to our construction partner team to make sure that they're aware of that and are really conscious of any delays that come to impact that mission need date. And then lastly, it also adds a governance structure that consists of 5 groups and teams with varying capacities as well as varying engagement. One of them consisting of, NAVFAC along with our customer, just to have some strategic discussions on how a project's proceeding. There's also one in there where all stakeholders are involved at a strategic level, just to get a gauge in the discussion on the general health of the project, the health of each team involved. And then obviously it gets down to a regular engagement by the project team on a weekly or even daily basis if needed. Again, this partnering instruction is updated in October of 2020, and it's also available on the NAVFAC public portal. You go to that portal again at navfac.navy.mil and query for partnering. That instruction will load up for you.
Thank you, Tom. Another question we have is, what are the common mistakes that you see in construction proposals?
Okay, I'll go back. That question was kind of addressed back in the AE world when we had the AE board here, but I'll expound on it as well from the MILCON MAC world. Again, when you're one of the big mistakes that I think many contractors make, and it becomes very evident in the proposal, is a failure to actually read the entire RFP and what the government is asking you to submit. Dale Powell earlier in the safety presentation did a good job on addressing requirements for safety, the safety factor. And we do see contractors very often fail to present specifics in the safety program, as an example. Also, a failure to complete the representations and certifications on the beta.gov that's part of that website, that the requirement with your submission of your proposal can make you non-responsive and eliminate all the work that you did in developing and preparing that proposal, and it won't even get looked at. So those are things you have to be very careful and take the time and read that proposal and read the requirements and the experience. Give us those relevant projects. If the relevant project is a wharf and you give me a vertical building, that's not really a relative project. So